morning. How are you? So yesterday I was driving through traffic, and then all of a sudden I started hearing. Okay, so I turned the radio off, and I'm still hearing something. Is it my tires? Then this sweet smell is in the car, and then I remember that on Sunday I went to a farm, and when I was leaving the farm, they gave us all kinds of stuff, including palm wine. Then I realized that, hey, Charlie, this palm wine, they come explode for my car inside. Palm wine bomb. Charlie.
Get it out.
I held it gingerly like a bomb detonation expert, brought it to the social media office and deposited it there. And then the ladies have experience. They open it slowly.
Okay. So you stop.
Be careful the things.
So where's the palm wine?
It's up there. I didn't take it home.
Okay, great. Yes, that was. Yeah,
where
for
is
the
the palm
culture.
wine? It's a good question.
Yeah, where
good
is
morning.
it?
No palm wine here, just breakfast. What do we have this morning?
So the BFS clinic with Medi Moses, we are talking prostate cancer.
Okay.
We are also stepping in. We'll head to Studio 5 for sports. We'll come back in here for the headlines, and then we'll do the newspaper review. Who are your guests?
So we've got the prof and two doctors. For now, that's what you need to know. You'll get it at the end, at the time that's right. And then who do you sit down with?
I'm sitting with a German ambassador to Ghana, and they are.
Guten Morgen.
They're going. Guten Morgen. I have to brush up my German before you come. So they are focusing on climate change and thinking about the ways that it affects agriculture and how they can make things better. They are partnering the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation (GBC) to take the message to selected regions across the country on how to make sure that climate change, the effects of climate change on our farming communities are as minimal as possible. So I'll be having that conversation. Also, the spokesperson for former President John Mahama's campaign will be sitting with us this morning, answering some questions. Yesterday, the IEA issued a statement responding to concerns from the NDC camp about their upcoming planned presidential debate, which the NDC spokesperson had spoken.
So that's JDM, who speaks for JDM?
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll be sitting down with Madam Joyce Tari today.
Right.
She'll be answering some of our questions and news. We hope that you'll join the conversation. Our WhatsApp number, very alive, 055 556 1034. You can join the chat across our social media platforms, GTV Ghana, everywhere you go.
God used the finest pencil and to draw you people.
Yes, indeed.
Now we have an artist who is coming here.
Yes.
Representative of God himself.
Yes, his name is Enel, the pencil artist. He's very popular across social media. If you've seen him and you've experienced him, let us know. Our socials are open, people, and this is our show today.
They draw fast and don't be small.
Like 5 minutes.
He's done. Another work of art is here to read the news for you. Her name is Martiti Saida Sadiq. And I'll be going into the streets today. Kofi Traffic is my guest. It's not pretty out there, but we'll do our best with road safety. You stick around. This is GTV Breakfast.
The palm wine. Yes, the palm wine.
Welcome to Tuesday's edition of GTV Breakfast News. I am Altiti Saida Sadek. We'll bring you top stories on the local and the foreign front to take you to Parliament, local business and trade, the media budget review to be presented by the Finance Minister, take you to the foreign front to look at the investigation into the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump, and to Kenya, where some criminal activities have been happening. You can watch the news live on GTV Ghana across social media. We're streaming on YouTube as well. On DSTV, we're on channel 278.
Now, a delegation from the African Peer Review Mechanism, APRM, has met with President Akufo-Addo at the Jubilee House in Accra. President Akufo-Addo assured the APRM team that Ghana is ready to subject herself for a review in October this year because it is vital tool for fostering political, economic growth and sustainable development. Ghana was the first country in Africa to accede to the APRM in 2003 and the first to be reviewed in the same year.
Meeting of the African Union brought together members from the regional economic communities, the regional mechanisms and AU member states. With a focus on education and skill Africa for the 21st century, the meeting was for the AU and regional economic communities to align their work and coordinate implementation of the continental integration agenda, replacing the June-July summits. The Accra meeting is also intended to assess the status of continental integration and coordinate efforts to celebrate the integration process, coordinate the implementation of a clear division of labor and effective collaboration between the AU and regional economic communities. The president of the AU Commission, Mr. Musa Faki Mahamat, called on member countries to increase efforts to clear bottlenecks to full integration of the continent.
The free movement of persons and goods and also a vision in order to take up the challenges.
We apologize for that, but a delegation from the African Peer Review Mechanism, APRM, has met with President Akufo-Addo at the Jubilee House in Accra. President Akufo-Addo assured the APRM team that Ghana is ready to subject herself for a review in October this year because it is a vital tool for fostering political, economic growth and sustainable development. Ghana was the first country in Africa to accede to the APRM in 2003 and the first to be reviewed in the same year.
There has been a lull, but I have taken note of the renewed engagement with a request for Ghana to conduct a comprehensive thematic review on good governance, which was concluded last year and will subsequently be peer-reviewed. I met with the Algerian delegation on the margins of the summit, and Algeria is now the chair of the APR Forum of the APRM, and we have agreed in principle to hold an extraordinary summit later this year, which the date has not yet been confirmed. But during the extraordinary summit, we are hoping to have several reviews peer-reviewed at that summit, including the thematic review on corporate governance that has been conducted here.
This whole process is one that has been very important to this country. Indeed, at the time the idea was mooted, I was then serving in President Kufuor's government as his foreign minister. So I'm very familiar with all the steps that took place, and then of the very important decision he made, which is a decision that gave a lot of momentum and impetus to the whole peer review mechanism, to be the first country to offer itself to be peer reviewed. With that, several others then also came on board. So it has been a matter of public policy for us in Ghana to support the exercise.
Let's take you to Parliament. During yesterday's proceedings in the House, the Speaker, Mr. Alban Bagbin, ordered the MP for Sefwi-Wiawso, Mr. Kwekwe Friye, to leave the House. The Marshal of Parliament was directed to walk out the MP over a comment the Speaker said was rude and disrespectful. This followed the Speaker's comment on the increasing number of justices nominated to the Supreme Court by the President. The MP for Sefwi-Wiawso, Mr. Kwekwe Friye, passed the comment, but even though his microphone was off, the Speaker overheard the comment.
So we are being called for, through this letter as a House, to look at the issue of a full complement of the Supreme Court. And I'm urging you to look at this issue during the constitutional reforms or to pass legislation to give an upper limit as to how many can be at the Supreme Court of a country of 33 million people. Eavesdropped, and the senior member is saying a few things, but since he's not saying it into the mic, I won't be the one saying it. Honourable member, you want to speak? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to your chair, these preliminary remarks you are making are prejudicial, and I believe that as representing the good people of Sefwi-Wiawso, it doesn't lie in your mouth to remind us of the things that you said. Thank you.
This is a completely rude remark, and I can send you out of the House now. It lies in my authority to do so. You represent the good people of Sefwi-Wiawso. I represent the whole country. Please, Marshal, take him out of the House. Marshal, take him out of the House. I will not entertain such disrespect. It lies in my mouth. Honourable members, take it easy, take it easy. Take it easy, please. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
We acknowledge the wisdom you have gathered this House and how we have navigated as a House to this point. And we are very sorry and we apologize sincerely for what happened. So I say this on behalf of the member and also for the entire caucus. We are sorry.
Thank you so much, Majority Chief Whip. Honourable members, that ends the matter.
And away from Parliament, the Minister for Finance, Dr. Mohamed Amin Adam, will tomorrow, July 23, present today Parliament the mid-year fiscal policy review of the 2024 budget. The review offers an update on the implementation of the 2024 budget with insights into the economic and fiscal performance of the first half of the year. Key areas will include updates on growth measures, revenue and expenditure performance, financing debt sustainability and related matters, as well as the IMF-supported post-COVID-19 program for economic growth. The documents will today also highlight budget implementation for the rest of the year and a possible review of proposed policies on growth with a focus on SME growth. This is the first time Dr. Amin Adam will be making a statement in Parliament since assuming office as Finance Minister in February 2024. You can watch the budget review a bit later when GBC News and GTV brings you live coverage of that in Parliament. Now, the AU Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, Ambassador Bankole Adeoye, has called on AU member countries to sign onto the African Union Border Program to promote stability and peace among them. The program, known as the Niamey Convention, entails various strategies that enhances cross-border trade and security. Ambassador Adeoye said this when he called on the Commissioner General of the Ghana Boundary Commission, Major General Emmanuel Kotia, in Accra. He commended work of boundary commissions on the African sub-region and urged members to share experiences for best outcomes.
Boundary Commission ensures that Ghana's land, maritime and air boundaries are effectively secured and managed within the framework of international law, peace and security. It, among other things, determines and demarcates the land boundaries of Ghana and delimits the maritime boundaries in accordance with accepted principles of international law. The visiting AU Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, Ambassador Bankole Adeoye, said stability of the continent largely depends on peaceful coexistence of border countries. He emphasized that Africa cannot be peaceful in the midst of border conflicts.
The last time I met the Commission General, it was at that opportunity that you came to Addis Ababa, and we want to encourage more countries to sign up to the Niamey Convention so that cross-border trade, cross-border security will be ensured.
The National Coordinator of the Ghana Boundary Commission, Major General Emmanuel Kotia, said the issue of boundary commissions should be discussed at the Peace and Security Council of the AU and at the head of state meetings to attract the needed attention. He said the commission, when well placed, can serve as an early warning system of potential conflicts.
The issue of boundary commission should be raised at the Peace and Security Council at the AU level, and additionally raised at the head of states meeting, because most of the head of states are not very conversant with the role that the boundary commissions play, very significant and strategic role that they play. Once they get that understanding, most of these countries will come on board, and probably the African Union Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation will be signed very fast. Our president understands this very well, and Nigeria president understands very well because of the architectures that it is. The best lessons for Africa is that boundary commissions can be used for the peace, security, and stability of countries, because they can serve as a buffer, they can serve as early warning systems so far as potential conflicts along our land and maritime boundaries are concerned. And because of the relationship that will be developed between countries, there is greater and common understanding on issues because we communicate with each other.
The Director of Policy and Programs, Mrs. Sarah Ekuban, said the Commission has participated in AU-driven programs, all in a bid to protect the territorial integrity of Ghana.
Let's do health now. Latest reports from the United Nations HIV/AIDS program suggest the world is at crossroads if the global aim to eradicate the disease as a public health threat is to be achieved by 2030. UNAIDS figures for 2023 released on Monday show that despite concerted efforts to prevent the spread of the HIV virus and mitigate the impact of AIDS, a person dies from AIDS-related causes every minute across the globe.
Ahead of the 25th International AIDS Conference, which opened in the German city of Munich on Monday, the UNAIDS Director, Madame Winnie Byanyima, said world leaders pledged to end the AIDS pandemic as a public health threat by 2030. She said they can uphold their promise only if they ensure that the HIV response has the resources it needs and that the human rights of everyone are protected. Official figures show that around 1.3 million people acquired HIV in 2023, which is more than 3 times the interim target of 370,000 for 2025 set by world leaders in 2021. Global deaths from complications due to AIDS have fallen from around 1.3 million in 2010 to 630,000 in 2023 as a result of the growing availability of antiretroviral therapy and other treatment programs. Nevertheless, the figure remains far above the interim target of 250,000 deaths in 2025. The figure shows that around 40 million people worldwide were living with the virus in 2023, with almost 1 in 4 lacking access to life-saving treatment, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. The UN says the region continues to be the center of the pandemic, with the incidence of HIV among teenage girls and young women remaining extraordinarily high, even as efforts to continue the virus are gaining ground. The report said that while the global HIV prevention response is proceeding at an encouraging pace in sub-Saharan Africa, it has stalled in other regions, with rates rising in 3 areas defined by USAID: Latin America, the Middle East and North Africa, and Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Overall, AIDS-related deaths have fallen by 69% since the peak of the pandemic in 2004 and by 51% since 2010.
Let's look at agriculture. About 80% of peasant farmers have not been registered onto phase 2 of the government's Planting for Food and Jobs program as of June 2024. The national president of the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana, Mr. Wepia Awal Ado, said the development is worrying since the planting season is close. He was speaking at a national validation forum to assess the report on the implementation of phase 2 of the Planting for Food and Jobs initiative.
Over the past years, peasant farmers have been the backbone of Ghana's agriculture sector. It is estimated that about 80% of food production in Ghana is done by smallholder farmers. The food produced by these peasant farmers feed the rural and urban population, provide incomes, employment and export earnings. In 2017, the government initiated the Planting for Food and Jobs with the aim of ensuring food security and creation of jobs in the agri sector. However, the program encountered challenges during the initial phase. In response to these challenges, Phase 2 was launched by the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, MOFA, to help address these challenges. Speaking at the National Validation Workshop for the Assessment Report on the implementation of the Planting for Food and Jobs Phase 2, the National President of Peasant Farmers Association, Mr. Wepia Awal Ado, highlighted some of the challenges farmers face in Ghana.
Just last week, I was at Esuchare in Greater Accra here. I was speaking with the rice farmers. About 2 months ago, they have to suffer. They were looking for market. There was no market in spite of the high cost of production, because this time there is no subsidy, there is no any form of support for farmers. They have to buy from the open market, agrochemical, rice seeds and the rest. And when they finish, there is no market. The few people who will come dictate the price to them. So it was a source of worry. Even go to the middle belt, go to northern sector, the rice farmers were complaining. And this is as a result of, one, the rice imports are still coming into the country. Number two, access to credit for our members is still high.
Mr. Wepia Awal Ado also called on government to develop policies that can help create opportunities for the youth in the agri sector.
Close to 2 million youth in Ghana, they are not employed, they don't have skills, they have no education, and this should be a source of worry to any government. And the agriculture sector is the area that these people can easily be rolled into. And that is why we are calling on government. If you have to invest in irrigation, in mechanization, and in technology, this is what will attract the youth into agriculture. If you don't do this, you will not expect people, especially young people and others have even gone to school, to come into the agriculture sector to continue with the difficult tasks.
The Phase 2 of the Planting for Food and Jobs program aims to modernize the agricultural sector through the development of selected food crops while promoting private sector participation across Ghana.
At Business and Trade, the Economic, Social and Cultural Council, in collaboration with West Africa Civil Society Institute, have called for more strategies and policies that promote fair trade practices and equitable distribution of benefits from the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA. This, the organization is explained, will help promote trade liberation, economic development and sustainable development across Africa.
The key objective of the African Continental Free Trade Area is to create a single market for goods and services across the African continent and to boost intra-African trade and economic growth. Experts believe the success of AFCFTA hinges on the active engagement and support of partners including civil society organizations. At a forum to deliberate on how African Continental Free Trade Area could serve as a catalyst for economic growth, market expansion and regional integration, the national coordinator of the AFCFTA Coordination Office, Dr. Farid Kwesi Arthur, said civil society organizations must actively support the implementation process and advocate for the removal of trade barriers.
It takes not just the agreement at the top level, the civil society, people who this thing is for. I always say AFTA will not be implemented in the boardrooms. AFTA is going to be implemented on the borders with the women who cross the border with their goods, the men who cross the border with their goods, and so on and so forth. And the only way we can get governments to push and remove some of the barriers is by getting civil society advocacy, properly and purposefully targeted.
The executive director of West Africa Civil Society Institute, Nana Santua Afedinu, called for an inclusive approach that incorporates new voices and actors in the implementation of AFCFTA.
We have to be the watchdogs. We have to look at the issues of transparency and accountability. We have to look at the issues of inclusiveness. Who is at the table? Look at our youth today and some of the hopelessness that they feel. That many of our youth actually want to get out of Africa.
The theme for the forum was exploring the role of civil society to accelerate the implementation of AFCFTA.
Hi, from Chile. Let's take it to the foreign front now. U.S. Secret Service Director Ms. Kimberly Shittle is to face questions from a House committee over the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump. Lawmakers will grill Ms. Shittle over her agency's actions at the rally, where one man was killed and 3 others, including Mr. Trump, were injured. Multiple witnesses reported seeing a man with a rifle on a rooftop minutes before shots were fired. And Ms. Shittle, who has been in the job since 2022, joined the Secret Service in 1995 and supervised President Joe Biden's protective detail when he was vice president.
And look forward to your
Let's go to Kenya, where officials have appealed for help to find containers of a highly toxic chemical that were looted from an overturned lorry near the capital city, Nairobi. It is unclear what caused the lorry to overturn, and the authorities have also not released details about the condition of the driver. The National Environmental Agency urged the public to immediately alert the nearest police station if they spot the containers. The public is also cautioned against coming into contact with the contents of the containers, which are white substances in pellets form. Kenya's Health Ministry said the chemical should only be handled by people wearing protective gear. Sodium cyanide interferes with oxygen use, leading to rapid death if ingested or inhaled in high doses. Symptoms include headache, dizziness, rapid breathing, nausea, vomiting, and convulsions. But do remember that the coverage of the media budget review will be live on all of GBC's channels, GBC News and GTV primarily. Let's do the weather now. And Felicity Ahafianyo, our meteorologist, joins us on the phone. How is Tuesday's weather going to be like? Good morning, Felicity. How is the weather looking like across Ghana this morning? Good for our farmers and our fisher folk? Hello, Felicity. Good morning. Can you hear me? Hello, Felicity. Hello, Felicity. Good morning. Hope you're having a great morning. Can you hear me? We seem to be having challenges with our phone lines. We'll definitely connect with... Yes, go ahead, Felicity, if you can hear me. Hello, Felicity. Can you hear me?
Hello, give me 2 minutes. I'm on GTV.
Hello, Felicity. Hi, good morning. Hi, can you hear me, Felicity? And yes, I'm sure maybe the children are just trying to catch her attention. We'll definitely get you the weather updates when we're able to reconnect with Felicity Ahafianyo. But let's bring you the winning numbers for Lotto now. Monday, the winning numbers are 60, 60, 5, single 5, 24, 24, 85, 85, and 63, 63 again. Alpha Lotto, Monday winning numbers are 60, 60, 5, single 5, 24, 24, 85, 85, and 63, 63. And that's it for GTV Breakfast News. There's more news when you do log on to our website, gbcghanaonline.com. And the budget review will be streaming across our social media handles as well. GTV Ghana on YouTube, the GBC Ghana. I am Altiti Saida Sadek. I'll be back at 7:15 with sports. Kudu's started company with his manager. Lots more there. But up next after the break is the health segment with Mehdi Moses. Stay with us.
Greetings, welcome back to the show. Special shout outs to Director Ray. We hear you are being petty this morning. The word for the day is do not be petty, Ray. We are stepping into the BFS clinic, people. How to get interactive with us on WhatsApp 05555-61034. Across social media, can find us, use the hashtag GTV Breakfast. We are streaming live on Facebook as GTV Ghana. We are stepping into the BFS clinic with Medi Moses, with our favorite doc, Dr. Prince Osei. Greetings, welcome.
Good morning. Well,
how are you?
Oh, by God's grace, I'm doing well.
Are you a Kimpaluta fan?
Yeah, a little.
A little. Charlie, you have to convert to a full Paluta fan. They are singing Makuma in China. Okay. Yeah. So greetings.
Yeah.
Tell us what's happening at Medi Moses.
Nothing new. Still people are coming in. By God's grace, they are receiving their healing. Okay. And everyone is doing very well at Medi Moses. Yeah.
So today I see that we have the famous Medi Moses garlic capsules in studio.
Yes.
How does it look like? Is it the one that has 30 capsules?
Yes, so it has 30 capsules and it's garlic and cinnamon combined. Yeah, so it's not just garlic. And it comes in this box, and when you open it, it comes in this package. Yeah, so there are 30 capsules in there. Yeah, so basically this is how it looks like. Yeah.
Okay. Let's step into the
Yes.
Okay, so for instance, the whole of you were here on Thursday. Yeah. So between Thursday and yesterday, what was the condition people came to the clinic most with?
Of late, because of the weather, they've been cold and blocked nostrils and all that. So the weather sometimes changes the conditions that we see in the clinic. But for Medi Moses, you know, we've been dealing with a lot of prostate conditions. So there have been a lot of prostate issues here and there. And currently, too, I think we started a series on cardiovascular conditions.
Yes.
The reason being that there have been a lot of increase in cardiovascular conditions, especially stroke. Yes, yeah. So we build up from last week, Tuesday, Thursday, yeah. And I promise that today we will look into stroke to find out what it is and how we can prevent ourselves from getting it.
And the causes as well.
Yes, the causes, yeah. Yes, so that has been a trend lately, and it's been a concern. Even Ghana Health Service has issued some concerns about it, that the young ones are increasing having stroke, which in the past it wasn't. Yeah, so things are changing and we need to be very particular about it. Yeah.
So Doc, what's the youngest person to have had stroke? At what age?
Children can have stroke.
No?
Yes, children can have stroke.
As young as?
I've seen a 15-year-old having stroke before. Yeah.
And what will cause that at such an early age?
Anything at all. You know, we mentioned, the last time we mentioned that cholesterol buildup is not only in the elderly. Even children can have it. So if children are able to get high cholesterol in their system, then it means that the cholesterol buildup can happen in the carotid arteries, which can in turn cause stroke. So the carotid artery is the artery that sends blood to the brain. So if something happens to it and there is no supply of blood which carries oxygen to the brain, then it means that the brain cells will in effect lose its ability. And whatever you are able to do, your ability to speak, your ability to walk, I can see you are writing, your ability to write, all of them is made possible by the brain. Even your vision, whatever you see, your eyes just focus on the thing, and your mind makes sense of what you are looking at. Yeah, so everything in the body is controlled by the brain. So if the brain cells are not functioning as they should, then it means that you wouldn't be able to do a lot of things. There are so many things that you wouldn't be able to do. Yeah, so stroke is basically the lack of oxygen or blood supply to the brain. So it can be a blockade. So I mentioned that
this image speak to it?
So the carotid artery is what has been enlarged there. So that's the neck of a human being with the carotid artery being enlarged. Those round areas are part of the carotid artery being enlarged. And you could see that at the lower part of the round images.
Right.
That is how a normal carotid artery should look like. It should be open, like blood should be able to flow in it very well. Yeah, but sometimes there are conditions that can block the carotid artery.
Yeah.
So we have embolus. Embolus is just blood clots or some plaques clogging at the area. You see, the lower part is quite big.
Yes.
But when it's going further, it becomes two smaller blood vessels.
Yes, separate vessels.
And it becomes smaller even as it goes into the brain.
Right.
So if there is blood clots or there is a particle moving within the blood, it can be able to move through the carotid artery, but when it gets to the smaller areas, it can get blocked.
Okay.
Yes, so when it gets blocked, then it means that blood wouldn't be able to move to the brain as it should. So we have what we call the ischemic stroke. So ischemic stroke basically means that something is blocking the blood supply of the blood supply to the brain. So if your blood is not getting enough, your brain is not getting enough blood due to a blockade, due to something blocking it, then we say that you have an ischemic stroke.
Okay.
Yes. So these are the ischemic one is the one on the left side. So something is blocking the blood supply. And on the right side, we have what we call the hemorrhagic stroke.
Right.
Yes. So the hemorrhagic stroke just means that the blood vessels within the brain has burst.
That's it?
Yes, so the blood supply can burst, the blood vessel. So if there is a burst within the blood vessels, then it means that blood will ooze into your brain, the surrounding of the brain.
Okay.
So in effect, the brain wouldn't get enough blood supply. It's like having a pipe. You know, sometimes when they are constructing the road, they break some of the pipes.
Yeah.
And in effect, the water wouldn't reach your house because of that the burst in the pipes. So the same way, if the blood supply, the blood vessels carrying oxygen to your brain burst, then it means that your brain wouldn't get enough blood supply that it needs. Yeah, and last week I mentioned that there is something called aneurysm. And the aneurysm, I used the illustration of the water that we used to tie. You see, when it hit the floor, when it hits the floor and it doesn't burst, there is this bump that forms on it. Yes, so that place becomes very susceptible to bursting. Yeah, so if there is pressure, if there's so much pressure, your blood pressure is high, something causing it, it can just cause the place to tear, and there will be blood oozing into your brain. So that's how come the hemorrhagic stroke happens. So we have the ischemic stroke, we have the hemorrhagic stroke. The difference is that, there is not enough blood supply to the brain, but the difference is that with the ischemic stroke, there is something blocking the blood vessels. There is a blockade within the blood vessels. But for the hemorrhagic stroke, it means that the blood vessel has burst and there is blood oozing out of your into your brain. So your brain wouldn't get enough blood supply that it should. But there is another one called the transient ischemic attack, or the TIA.
Okay.
So transient just means that it's sudden, like it's something that resolves on its own.
Yeah.
Yes. So with the transient ischemic attack, there is a blockade, but then it's able to resolve on its own. So you start having the symptoms of the stroke. Within some few minutes, it resolves and you are okay.
Does it come back?
It can come back. It actually increases your risk of getting a permanent stroke. So it's like a warning sign. So there are some people who have symptoms of stroke, but within a few minutes or within a few hours, it resolves on its own.
Okay, what sort of symptoms? What symptoms are those?
So for the symptoms of stroke, we group it into what we call BFAST.
Okay, so even for the one that's like a tester, the one that's like prompting you, it has the same
symptoms
as the main one,
so the
bigger one.
Symptoms, yes. Be it hemorrhagic, be it TIA, be it the ischemic, they all have the same symptoms.
Okay.
Because there is not enough blood supply to the brain, it means there are certain things that you could do that you wouldn't be able to do once you have the stroke. So as I mentioned, there is this acronym that we term as BFAST. Okay. So the B in BFAST just means that balance. So the person loses his or her balance. So, you know, it's the brain that causes you to be able to walk well, to have your balance and all that. And the E is the eye. So you wouldn't be able to see well. You have blurred vision, as I mentioned earlier, whatever the eye sees. So there may not be problem with the brain, but the making sense of what you are seeing becomes an issue. So you see, you look at something, you wouldn't be able to know what is going on.
Right.
So, but you see, what you can actually see when they check the eye, everything is fine. But your brain is not making sense out of it. And the F is the face.
All right.
So most people with stroke will have, you know, there are muscles within the face that keeps the face in its shape.
Yes.
But once you have the stroke, you lose those ability. The muscles lose those ability. So there will be dropping of the face. It's like the face wants to fall down. So depending on which side of the body, the brain is affected, you have one-sided face drooping. Yeah, so you see that one side of the person's face wants to fall down. Let me put it that way so that most people will understand. And the A is the arm. So the arm to one side, you may not be able to move one part of your arm, either your arm or your legs.
Could it be either arm or leg?
Yes, you can.
Left or right? It could be both.
It could be either of them.
Okay,
yeah.
right.
So depending on the type of the part of the brain that is affected, if the right side is affected, then it means that you wouldn't be able to have balance on your left side.
Okay.
So
if the right side,
there's that intertwine. Yeah.
Wow,
So the right side of the brain controls the left side of the body.
So it's like an X.
Yes. So the right side of the brain controls the left side. The left side controls the right side. So if a person is not having ability to move the right side, then it means that the left side of the brain is probably affected. Yeah. So in that way. So if the A is for the arm, the S is for the speech. So you being able to speak, it all has to do with the brain. So someone having a stroke wouldn't be able to speak as they should. So they'll lose their ability to speak.
That's where you get it, like sort of blurry speech or slow.
Yes. So people whose stroke actually develops into a permanent stroke may not be able to speak. They will have, with the treatment option, they will have to see a speech therapist and all that to help them to speak well and all that. Yeah. So there are some people who can permanently lose their speech because of stroke. Yeah. So yes, sometimes if it resolves, if you're able to act faster, you are able to resolve most of the symptoms, because it's like the blood is going to a particular place, causing the brain to be alive.
Yeah.
But once the blood supply cuts, it means that the brain wouldn't be getting enough oxygen. If it prolongs, then it means that the brain wouldn't be having enough oxygen for a long time. And in that way, most of the cells will die completely. Sometimes they will just lose their ability, but when blood supply is restored, they will be able to come back to life again. But when it becomes so, the time frame becomes, so the last part of the be fast is the time. Yes, so timing is very, very crucial in people with stroke. So when someone has a stroke, we need to rush the person. In the foreign countries, you can just call 911 and you have you have support. But in our part of the world, it's quite difficult. So we need to rush the person to the nearest facility so that we can improve circulation to the brain to help the person to recover faster.
Okay, so assuming someone is going to any of these symptoms and you're there, is there anything that you can do, some sort of emergency thingy to do before
it's difficult
you get to the hospital?
It's difficult because you don't know exactly what is going on. Even sometimes when they come to the hospital, it's difficult to know which type of stroke they are having. So if the person is having an ischemic stroke, which is a blockade, we, the medical professionals, will have to increase blood supply.
Okay.
So we have to give medications to increase blood supply to the brain. But if it's the opposite, which is the hemorrhagic stroke, we need to reduce blood supply. So sometimes it becomes difficult even when you come to the hospital. But then, due to sometimes the experience of seeing a lot of people with stroke and all that, we are able to tell which one is which. But the best way to diagnose is through a CT scan. To do a CT scan of the head to know which type of stroke the person is having, to be able to know which type of treatment to give to the person. So for you...
But Doc, CT scans are expensive in Ghana, no? Why is that?
It's not common. because it's not common, it's quite difficult. And, there are certain things that are common in the Western world, but not so common in Ghana.
This is an essential...
Yes, very true.
Tool, technique that needs to be in every hospital.
Every hospital needs it, because when you go to the hospital, the first thing any doctor would want to do is a CT scan.
Do you have an idea how much a CT scan costs, like the range?
CT scan of the brain is between 600 to 1,000 cedis, depending on where you do it, And sometimes you need a radiologist report and all that, So there are some places that you do it and they don't have a radiologist there. So
are there a lot of radiologists in Ghana?
Yeah, there are a number of them. There are a number of them, and they are at some of the big hospitals around too. But there are some private hospitals too that have CT scan that are able to do the test. But the most important thing is we need to increase the availability. Because people, especially in the rural part of Ghana, it's very difficult getting a CT scan to diagnose what type of stroke. That's why most people within the rural areas, when they get stroke, it becomes difficult because we don't know which type of stroke they're having. So it makes the treatment difficult even for the health professionals.
And then by the time
they get to the
and then
CT,
it would have been late.
It will be late. Yeah, it will be late.
Okay, so which of these three is common in Ghana?
So not only in Ghana, worldwide, the ischemic stroke, the one with the blockade, that forms about 80% of all stroke cases. That was what I was saying that. That was what I was saying that when you come to the hospital, we do a blind treatment. So we sometimes consider it as an ischemic stroke. And start treatment to get blood supply to the brain. And majority of the time is successful because 80% of all stroke cases are ischemic. If it is hemorrhagic, then it becomes difficult because sometimes the treatment even worsens the conditions because we are working on a blind side. We don't really know
exactly
what is happening in the person's brain. But we are basing our treatment on the prevalence. And as I mentioned, 80% of all stroke cases are the ischemic type of stroke. So
this is the bad boy.
So a normal artery. So that is, the artery has been enlarged for us to see what is actually going on. So the normal artery has that hole within it. But if you see the other side on the right, the other blood vessel on the right, it looks like there is a blockade. So something is blocking the blood vessel. So it makes blood supply, comparing the two, there will be enough blood in the left one than the right one. So if there is any that part of the blood vessel supplying blood to the brain will have less oxygen to the brain. So it means that the brain wouldn't be functioning as it should. So a normal blood artery or a normal, is the left one. Then the blood clot in the other one is what mostly can lead to the stroke. So ischemic stroke comes about in this way. So and sometimes it can, you see that there's some bit of space there, but sometimes it can build up and the whole blood vessels become blocked. And there wouldn't be any blood supply at all to that part of the brain.
Okay, so general research on stroke, and there's a saying, if it happens on your left side, is better than it happens on your right if it happens on the...
No, they actually say that on the right is better than the left.
Why?
That's what most people say, but it's not scientifically proven. But what most people believe is that, the heart is at the left side. So when a stroke happens at the left side, you can't really tell. It may be able to affect the heart muscles. So that's why people have that perception that the one on the left side is more serious, because sometimes if it affects the muscles of the heart, then it means that the heart wouldn't be able to pump blood. And once the heart is not pumping blood, it becomes difficult. So it's just a mindset. But most people with stroke, it doesn't really affect the heart muscles, but it's possible. Because looking at the organs within the left side of the body, the heart is part of those organs. So it's possible that it could affect the heart, but most often it doesn't.
Can you ever recover from a stroke?
Yes. We have people who have completely recovered from stroke. You wouldn't see that they even had stroke unless they tell you. So as I mentioned, the TIA, the transient ischemic attack, that one you can recover fully once you restore blood supply. It means that all functions will be restored. Yeah. But when you have a stroke, when you have a stroke and you are able to
Big shout outs to Awake. Thank you for doing this. Medi Moses, Virtual Science as well. Thank you very much. Yes.
So when you have a stroke and the timing, as I mentioned, you are able to go to the hospital on time and we are able to start treatment on time, then it means that your chances of recovering is very high than someone who delays, because once the blood supply is restored, the brain goes back to its normal activity. But when you wait for a very long time, there will be complete brain dead, or that part of the brain will die off, and it will be difficult. Sometimes they've just lost their ability. The brain cells have lost their ability. But when blood is restored, they'll be able to regain the ability for the person to be able to speak. So someone may have a stroke now, he wouldn't be able to speak well. But as they start treatment, you see that the speech is improving, the walking is improving, those inability to move certain parts of the body recovers. But with stroke management, apart from the medications given, apart from the oral medications that you take to control the blood pressure, the cholesterol, and all that, physiotherapy plays a major role.
Yeah.
Yes, so physical activity, helping the person to be able to walk again, helping the person to be able to talk again, and all that, they help in the recovery, because the brain has lost its ability. So you need to train the brain, new brain cells.
It's like your baby.
Yes. So you need to train new brain cells to be able to adapt to the person's ability to talk and all that. So it takes time. Some people give up along the way. When they come to the hospital, they feel that the treatment is taking a lot of time. But it's a process. You are building new cells. We are training the new cells to be able to adapt to what the old cells were doing, because the old cells have died. So new ones are coming. They need to be trained to be able to do what the old cells were doing. So it will take time. So we are pleading to patients who come to the hospital with stroke to take their time.
Usually, what's the longest recovery period?
Unfortunately, there are some people who never recovers. Yeah, unfortunately. But there are some too who can recover. I've seen someone within a month being able to recover fully. He has a complete stroke. Even he went unconscious and all that. But within a month, he was able to talk. He was able to walk. He was able to do all.
What did he do different?
There's the timing. So he came to the hospital even with hemorrhagic stroke, the bleeding, the one that causes bleeding.
Yes.
Yeah, if you come to the hospital on time and we notice that it's hemorrhagic, we are able to take away some of the blood from the brain. Sometimes the pressure of the blood within the brain can even cause some infections and all that. It can even cause meningitis. So someone may have stroke and we have meningitis setting in, we have some infections setting in and all that because of the bleeding. Yeah.
Okay, so is it possible that somebody might be experiencing these symptoms and walk to the facility, to a medical facility themselves?
Yes,
is it possible?
It's possible. There was we had an incident at Med Moses, I think 3 weeks ago. Yeah, the man came in, his BPs were high.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he came to the hospital alone. Yeah, so after seeing him, he was being sent to the ward to be detained because of the high BP. Yeah, because we need to detain him for the BP to come down before we discharge him. Okay. So whilst going, he had a stroke, but he was in the facility, so we were able to attend to him.
He was lucky.
Yes, he was lucky. So when he went, we took him to the ward. Within about an hour, he was like, he wants to go home.
No way, he nearly died.
He wants to go home, and he came alone, so we cannot leave him to go alone. Okay. He has to call some family members to come in, and we were able to deal with that.
But
case,
this person was lucky. How about in a case where there are so many people and there are not many doctors and the waiting time is long, and probably you're feeling a little unbalanced,
yeah, that
and
is
it's probably
issue.
heading to a stroke.
You know,
you have to sit there for like an hour.
When you come to the hospital, we have nurses around. They observe when you're at the OPD. Maybe you walk to the OPD. For Med Moses, we have that. I can't say for other hospitals.
Right.
Our nurses are there at the OPD, so they observe. So if they see any changes going on, they are able to prompt the doctor so that that patient will be attended to faster.
On time,
because someone may come as an OPD case. OPD is just like the person walking in without any issue. We have OPD, we have emergency, but an OPD case can turn into an emergency case whilst the person is at the hospital. So we have nurses who do triaging. Triaging just means that sorting out.
They're the colors.
Yes.
So what are the colors? What are the colors?
So red is emergency.
Okay.
Yeah, yellow is just before the red, and green means that the person is stable. Yeah. So we sometimes we don't even give the colors. You look at the person, you know things are going. You just rush the person to the ER for the person to be taken care of. Yeah.
Okay. So what are the treatment options available?
Yes. So the goal of the treatment is to improve circulation, and as I mentioned, 80% of all stroke cases has to do with circulation. So medications to improve circulation really helps. And last week I mentioned Medmosis garlic capsules.
Yes.
It helps with circulation. So people with high cholesterol, people who has been diagnosed, people with TIA, those who have had stroke before and has recovered, they always need something to thin their blood. And Medmosis garlic capsule is the ideal because it's natural and it's herbal, and it helps with the circulation. It helps blood to flow well within the brain. Once there is enough blood supply to the brain, it's not likely for a person to have stroke. But when the blood supply to the brain is reduced, that is when all these things come about. So Medmosis garlic capsules can help to prevent some of these symptoms because it helps with circulation. It can help blood flow to the brain well and reduce the symptoms of a stroke.
Does this have cinnamon?
Yes, it has.
Okay, so what's the relation between cinnamon and garlic?
Yes. So, cinnamon, garlic is the main product. Garlic is the blood thinner and all that. But the cinnamon, garlic has this pungent smell that deters people from taking it. Cinnamon has a nice flavor. So the cinnamon overshadows the pungent smell of the garlic.
Great.
Yeah. Apart from that, cinnamon's medicinal purpose is that it also helps with circulation. Its medicinal properties is similar to that of the garlic. So this one, for Medmosis garlic, there is that enhanced potency. So the cinnamon enhances the potency of the garlic for it to work faster. So for Medmosis garlic, for other garlics, you have to take like 2 morning, 2 afternoon, 2 evening. But for Medmosis garlic capsule, you just take 2 capsules a day.
And you don't have garlic breath?
No, you don't have that bad smell and all that. Yeah, so that is the advantage of the Medmosis garlic capsules.
Okay. Now let's talk. We can't talk about this enough. Our lifestyle habits that we are picking up. Let's drum it home again, especially to us the young people.
As I mentioned earlier, at first stroke was for the elderly. At first when you are young, by now you would have been in the farm, going for hunting and all that. Yeah, so we were mostly involved in physical activity, but now because of the sedentary lifestyle, we don't do that much. At first, when we talk about stroke, we are looking at people age 60 and above. Because mostly at that time, they wouldn't be able to go to the farms, they wouldn't be able to do the physical activities. That is when there will be those buildup of cholesterol and all those things leading to stroke. But once you are active, once you are physically active, it reduces your risk of having a stroke. Yeah, so the lifestyle modification, and I mentioned that going to the gym is good, but the exercise you do at the gym plays a major role. Aerobic exercise, the jogging and all those things.
15 minutes a day, people. 15 minutes
exercise. The cardiovascular exercises helps. So jogging, skipping, being on the treadmill and all those things help. They all improve circulation.
Great.
But the body building, the metals lifting and all, they just build your muscles. It doesn't really give you a cardiovascular ability. But then the jogging, the skipping, the push-ups and all
brisk
those
walking.
Brisk walking, yeah, they all help with the stroke. So people with stroke, we mostly advise that they do exercise as part of their treatment, because with the exercise, it improves circulations. And the dieting, we need to reduce fat fatty foods, the fast foods that we've been eating, the oil foods, the fries, and all that. We need to reduce it, because the more we reduce it and increase the vegetables, the vegetable contains fibers and all that, which reduces cholesterol buildup. So once we do all these things, it reduces our risks. And also people with diabetes are at risk of getting stroke.
Okay.
Because that's when we were studying diabetes, I mentioned that there will be sugar buildup in your blood. So when there is sugar buildup in your blood, it means that circulation too will be poor and it can lead to stroke. So we need to keep our blood sugar level too in check. That will reduce our risks of getting stroke. Yeah.
Thank you. We've been spending time with Dr. Prince Osei from Medimosis Prostate Center. He's been telling us all we need to know about stroke, and what you need to take home is be fast, balance, B for balance, E for eye, F for face, A for arms, S for speech, T for time. Go on our Facebook, the whole conversation is there, and take those notes. We are going to be heading over to the Accra Psychiatric Hospital. Kofi Traffic is there. He's bringing us sights and sounds. Heading over now. Good morning, Kofi Traffic. So we started a campaign here at GTV and on the BFS about how safe our roads are. And over the past couple of weeks, Kafui Day's alter ego, which is Kofi Traffic, has been around in Ireland. They've been around parts of Accra, observing traffic crossings, regulations. We've had some amazing results. And today, Kofi Traffic is around the Accra Psychiatric Hospital. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Kofi Traffic will be on your screens.
Thank you very much, Thelma, thank you very much, Valerie, for coming to us. I am at the Accra Psychiatric Hospital with my buddy, Kofi Traffic. This morning, we're looking at drivers or commuters' tolerance towards pedestrians when they're crossing at the discretionary and the compulsory. What you can see here is the discretionary crossing, and indeed, a cyclist is just ridden or rode past us. And I'm not sure why he didn't observe that minute patient required of him before he went. But we're going to move slightly ahead of ourselves towards the compulsory stop, which goes into the Accra Psychiatric Hospital, and see how commuters deal with that, and whether they are patient towards pedestrians as they cross, or that they will just do it. CAF, this morning, the Road Safety Authority released a certain very Kofi Traffic. Kofi, the Road Safety Authority released a very interesting statistic. 7,000 and more people died from carnage on our roads. What does that make you feel, or how does that make you feel?
I'm going to be having a chat with the boss of the Road Safety Authority on headlines when we get back to the studio, just to find out how they feel, how he feels when he walks on roads that are poorly lit, that don't have the correct kind of marking.
Let's try and get out from here before the
markings. How they I just don't understand it. You know, This is a zebra crossing towards the psychiatric hospital.
Psychiatric hospital.
It will be interesting to see whether cars actually stop, or some will actually stop on the zebra crossing. Because I've seen some of them actually stop on zebra crossings.
Well, I think this driver is really very well aware of his highway code.
Exactly.
In that he stopped behind the line to allow pedestrians to cross safely. But as we're on air, he's slowly driving through it, and that's what is also interesting. But it's all down to their patience, really. And let's see.
Whether we can get
Normally, this place is quite busy with people accessing the hospital. And so I'm quite surprised that this morning is really quite, calm, and there aren't that much activity on the pedestrian crossing. But one interesting thing, though, if we go beyond the crossing, Kofi, you will find that the next or the adjoining road, which goes into the Adabraka Polyclinic, has no such crossing. So what you ask yourself is, when people cross from here, they'll have to turn a left, sharp left, and then do about 10 meters before they can cross safely. You have two nurses just crossing, and you realize that they didn't turn left. That is the danger. That is the danger commuters and pedestrians.
Exactly, because you think that, okay, I've crossed here, and
I can go straight.
Yeah.
And so technically, yes. I'm still struggling to understand why they have to make a left turn before they cross further.
The logical thing would have been to just continue the pedestrian crossing all the way to this side.
Absolutely.
But why do you go, take a left, and then go again?
And for the first time towards this part of town, if you don't know, you just keep walking, just as the nurses did.
Yes.
And can you imagine nurses in their white being run over because they didn't do the right thing?
Yes. It can happen. It's possible. I think this lady is trying to cross the road.
Yes.
And let's see what will happen.
Yes, she'll have to wait. She'll have to be at the mercy of commuters. Nobody will stop for her. Nobody will stop for her. And that is the thing. You see, when you're approaching zebra crossing, the law requires you to slow down. No matter how clear the road is, slow down and look out for pedestrians. But that will never happen. That will never, ever happen. So far as the traffic is green at the far end, they won't stop for you. They won't stop for you. And so it took Kofi's intervention to have this lady crossing safely. But let's see whether she's going to observe the left turn. No. So oh, she found it.
But it's uncomfortable.
It is. It is uncomfortable to think that you have to come across and then make a left turn before you will safely cross. That's
one of the weirdest.
And so what we're talking about, you find a commercial driver.
Yes.
In some jurisdictions, they'll call them professional drivers.
Yes.
Stopped dead on the pedestrian cross.
Here.
And so if you're crossing and they are there.
Look at our boat.
Yes. If I have to cross and he's on there, where do I cross from?
Boss, next time you don't park there. You're on the pedestrian crossing.
You're taking
You're supposed to stop here.
The right of way. You've denied them of the right of way.
Madam, this is a safer place, so please come.
Thank you. Thank you. So Kofi is taking charge or control over the pedestrian crossing and ensuring that when they cross, they do the mandatory left turn and then cross from that end as well. Nobody will stop, including a police officer, just so fast approaching a pedestrian cross. It's really very interesting how we observe our highway code. And the Road Safety Authority has a long way to go, really and truly.
Why is crooked? Why is the zebra crossing crooked?
Exactly. How often do you cross from here?
You see, and this sign.
Almost all the time.
Yes.
And so you have to do this 10.
Yes.
How does it feel to do it?
Annoying.
And this is not safe. You see the sign, the National Pensions Regulatory.
Yes.
This is blocking.
Advertising boards are blocking the views of pedestrians. You can't see an oncoming vehicle. And in much the same way, commuters coming from this end has a difficulty seeing who is there waiting to cross.
Go down. It means we can't see.
No. No, they won't see you, so don't even try it. That is how terrible it is out here. That is.
We need to stand by this offending sign.
No,
it has to go.
No. The next thing we need to take up with the Road Safety Authority as well as the Department of Urban Roads is these advertising boards.
Okay, so we're going to call out
National Pensions Regulatory Authority.
Let the camera see you well.
Yes. National Pensions. Your advert here is impeding the sighting of pedestrians who are waiting by the pedestrian cross in front of the Accra Psychiatric Hospital to cross safely.
It's a 7-foot billboard.
It's a life-size board. Yeah. It's a life-size board.
Life-size. It's like LeBron James. This is like LeBron James.
It's a life-size board. And no. At least move it more than 50 meters away from the crossing.
It should be lower, Alan. It should be lower because this thing, when I'm at the zebra crossing, you can't see. No, it is. I don't know who advised the AMA, the urban roads, the authorities whose job it is to ensure we are safe on our roads. 7,000 and more people died from road carnage, and we're still doodling with these kinds of things. No, it doesn't guarantee anybody's safety. Weird things. A crooked zebra crossing, and then an advertising board that is blocking the vision of people who are trying to cross into the psychiatric hospital. It's not on.
It is not only the vision of people who are crossing. Commuters coming from this end will also not see you. And so the next thing you know is somebody's on the crossing.
Exactly.
I think people who drive around here are really very patient, or else would record one run over every day, and that wouldn't be the best for us.
These guys are observing the traffic.
Yes, they are. Very good license holders.
Exactly.
They have qualified and have earned their licenses to drive. That's something. Seriously, Kofi, I'm trying as much as possible to see if I can see the taxi approaching, and from where I am, I cannot see it. What that also means is that driver in that taxi can also not see me.
I think our cameraman needs to cross over and give our people a view.
Yes, John will come across and yes, what we're talking about. That would help viewers understand what we seem to be complaining about.
This is crazy.
It is crazy, really. It is crazy.
You can't see. I'm going to try and cross.
So you see, as fast as they are approaching, so John, I'm walking towards that billboard. Let's see if anybody can see a car or a commuter come from that end. It is terrible. It is terrible. You cannot see. You cannot see. And what that means is, supposing I'm driving and Kofi is here, how am I supposed to see a pedestrian waiting by that sign to cross? Absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. And that is where the problem is. That is where the problem is. The general rule towards traffic regulation is that a commuter approaching a traffic intersection must observe the signal. And so if the signal or the lighting is off, then approach thinking or assuming it is flashing on the yellow, what we normally refer to as yellow or amber. And when you do that, you save yourself and also look out for pedestrians. Anything short of that, and you're likely to get involved in an accident. Now you have a taxi driver who has stopped right on the pedestrian crossing to drop off a passenger, and that is also one of the causes of accidents on our roads. We drop off and pick up passengers willy-nilly without any recourse to the road safety regulations. That is in itself a huge disaster. Let me go close to Kofi as we hand over to you in the studio. Kofi is assisting someone to cross. Yes, but we can wrap as he assists the pedestrian to cross the road. That is very interesting to think that commuters will have to have someone like Kofi on our roads to let them observe common traffic regulations.
This is the most illogical zebra crossing. Please, John, can you show the? I mean, you You come through there,
okay,
and then you turn.
Yes.
I mean, I've never seen a zebra crossing where you cross, you take a left turn, and then you cross again.
And it's not as if there's something in the middle of the road to prevent you from going through.
You can easily
Anyway,
cross.
we have to wrap up. So once again, high point is over 7,000 people perished on our roads between January and June. Between the last 6 months, there's more death from road accidents than there has been from malaria and HIV.
Pretty sad. AMA needs to regulate the use of these billboards that are blocking people's views from crossing. Thank you so much. Road Safety from GTV Breakfast.
Thank you very much. This has been our road show for this morning. Road Safety with Kofi Traffic. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this is
Lots of local stories making the headlines. There's stories in hockey, there's table tennis, and we'll look at some foreign stories as well. I am LTT Saida Sadek. Let's begin our journey from the Accra Army ladies who beat the Extinguishers on March Day 9. The clash between the league leaders in the women's division in hockey, Ghana Army and Extinguishers of the Ghana Fire Service, was the opening game in the packaged March Day 9 fixtures in the ongoing Greater Accra Safolde Hockey League. Army in their traditional blue, yellow and green jerseys came into the game on the back of 4 wins and a draw, while Extinguishers approached the game on the back of 4 defeats and 1 win. The first quarter produced no goal after some good goalkeeping artistry from Extinguishers goalkeeper Josephine Edusei. In the second quarter, Army pushed more and got the opener on the 26th minute through Jennifer Kunedu. In the third quarter, Army pushed for more goals, but goalkeeper Josephine Edusei denied them. Leader Friye scored for Army ladies on the 32nd minute, with Army leading the table with 13 points, same as GRA. And Army were looking at strengthening their grip at the summit with more goals. Now, in the fourth quarter, they pushed to score more goals, but again, Extinguishers goalkeeper Josephine Edusei denied them. They ended the encounter by 2-0, despite losing. Captain of Extinguishers, Rachel Nana Amabamfo, said they will be returning to winning ways soon.
Score more goals, but again, Extinguishers goalkeeper Josephine Edusei denied them. They ended the encounter by 2-0. Despite losing, captain of Extinguishers Ryo Nana Amabamfo said they will return to winning ways soon.
We are still in the building process. In our second match, expect something better.
For Army ladies captain Jawaila Aqua, they will improve on their scoring abilities.
By God's grace, we had the 3 points. That's the important thing. But we needed more goals to push us ahead. But, kudos to all of us.
The league continues at the Theodosia Okun Hockey Stadium in Accra.
Congratulations to the Army women. Let's look at some table tennis now. In Ghana's junior tables tennis sensation, Israel Ackley has won gold at the ITTF Africa, the Youth Continental Hopes Championship in Gaborone, Botswana. Now, Ackley was the toast of spectators in Botswana as he swept aside all 9 opponents on his way to winning gold.
The HOPES program is the ITTF's talent identification program, which utilizes players and coaches from across the globe. It is a core pillar of ITTF's sports development pathways, targeting global reach and overall growth of table tennis. Ghana was represented by Sports Writers Association of Ghana SWAG award winners Israel Ackley and Juanita Bote with an impressive scoreline of 3-0, 3-2, 3-1, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, and 3-0 over his opponent from Uganda, Tunisia, Rwanda, Botswana, and South Africa, Ackley was the toast of fans. By virtue of the victory, Israel Ackley has qualified to represent Africa at the ITTF World Hopes Program to be held in Asuncion, Paraguay from the 1st to the 7th of November this year. In the girls category, Juanita Bote won bronze. The team was coached by Cynthia Kwabi.
Congratulations to Israel and his coaching team as well for winning the gold medal, and the bronze medal as well came to Ghana. Let's look at some boxing now. Former British and Commonwealth welterweight champion, Ghanaian-based UK boxer Eko Esiman is a new European welterweight champion. He bounced back from a knockdown to stop the title holder Owen Cooper on Saturday. The epic bout lasted 10 rounds.
The way of punches, and that's what he does very
He lost all his belts following a defeat to Harry Scarf. Cooper, 23, is a WBO European Championship title holder, ranked 10th.
And yes, Eko Esiman, the congratulations to him. Came back up strong, even though he lost his balance and he nearly fell. Now, in other stories, the former right along with us on the Games Village, Bridgestone Cycle made life easy for both athletes at the village. Athletes will have free bicycles to ride to and from the game venue to reduce transport congestions and traffic with the Games Enclave and make the Games more memorable for the Paris Olympics 2024. And that's Benjamin Willie Graham on our screen right
around and of course meet their various destinations. Just behind us, obviously, is how you see a lot of people riding these particular bicycles. You have the Netherlands also having their own branded bicycles here. Great Britain also have their own as well. Australia, New Zealand, you came in with something different. But this one is almost everywhere. Anywhere you park, you see these bicycles. And if I want to see Ghana's apartments just right in front of me, and we are just, so I am going to take a ride around the Ghana area. And of course, you see how many people. There you have somebody just moving in to pick his bicycle. It's so easy here at the Games Village. And so this is one of the means for us to just meet our friends, chit-chat a little bit. And we also got the electronic transportation cars by Toyota that also picks delegates and athletes to their various destinations, be that dining area or maybe the games area or Samsung. And from Ghana, he is riding along, really enjoying the bit of it. I told you, this is how things, he wasn't so the big, but this is it. And he's, you may be riding bicycles almost every time, don't you? Yeah. And he enjoys it. He really enjoys it. And so this is how we ride.
And that's Benjamin Willie Graham for GV First Plus. He's having a time of his life at the Olympics. More on the Olympics. US rapper Snoop Dogg will carry the Olympic torch ahead of the Paris Open, and he will carry the Olympic flame through St. Denis this Friday, marking a significant moment before the Paris Games opening ceremony. Joining him are French actress Letitia, French rapper, Argentinian pole vaulter, Sergei Bubka. And it looks like it's going in earnest for music and sports. So athletics, we've seen music at the Super Bowl, and now we're seeing Snoop Dogg also with his colleagues at the Paris Olympics. That's it for GTV Breakfast Sports. I am Altiti Saida Sadiq. There's more sports, however, on Studio 5 with I and Gloria. Stay with us.
Hello again. Welcome back into the studio. We're going to be spending the next couple of minutes with people from the 70th. So we're going to be talking about the 70th anniversary of Nursing and Midwifery College. They are 70 years. This college is in 2nd D. And in studio to have this conversation, we have the principal of the Nursing and Midwifery College 2nd D, Alhaji Abdul Karim Bwache. He's in studio, and also Mr. Kingsley Mensah, his secretary to the 2nd D Takoradi Sister Cities Support fundraising team. So they're going to be telling us all we need to know about this 70th anniversary celebration. Greetings. Welcome to the studio. So both of you coming from Takoradi. Did you come from Takoradi this morning? Yeah. Okay. You came yesterday. Okay, so how's Accra treating you? Yeah, traffic. Yeah, we are used to it here. In 2nd D, the traffic is not too bad. How many minutes were you in traffic yesterday? Oh, we apologize, but this is Accra. How about you, Mr. Mensah?
Oh, I think I came late in the evening, so I didn't face that much traffic.
Lucky.
Yeah.
How about this morning?
Oh, I got here a bit early,
Okay.
so I also dodged the traffic.
Okay. Welcome to Accra. Welcome to
Thank
GTV
you.
as well. So let's begin. Please tell us about the Nursing and Midwifery College in 2nd D. Please, I'll start with you. Please tell us about it.
Thank you very much. Wow.
Yes, please.
The Nursing and Midwifery Training College in 2nd D started in a very humble beginning.
Okay.
It started in 1954.
Whoa.
In an old structure that was used in the Second World War. So, after the Second World War in 1954, the colonial masters converted the military facility into a regional hospital for Western region. If you remember, 2nd D Takoradi, they have European hospital. So it was European hospital and Takwa government hospital. So there wasn't any hospital in 2nd D Takoradi until after the Second World War. They converted it into a hospital. Then it came to a point that they have to also establish a nursing training college in 2nd D. So 2nd D was the 4th nursing training college to be established pre-colonial.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay, so for those of us who don't know where it is,
Yes.
where exactly, are there any landmarks?
Yes.
Okay.
It is situated within Efiakwanta Hospital premises.
Okay.
So
Inside the hospital?
inside the hospital,
Okay.
we share the same land area.
Okay, all right.
On your way from Takoradi, on entering Takoradi, when you get to 2nd D Junction, you can branch through 2nd D Junction, and then you get to Efiakwanta, or straight to Fijai Junction.
Okay.
Then at the Fijai mobile Goil station, you branch straight, then you hit the Fijai 2nd D Efiakwanta, then you climb the hill, just adjacent the Freebie Mall.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Mensah, so tell us about what are some of the interesting things about the school? I'll bring you into the conversation.
I think that, like Principal rightly said, this is a school that has been around for almost 70 years, and over the period, it has trained mainstream registered nurses, or what we call RNs and midwives. And going forward as a country, we need to train specialized nurses. Don't forget, in the last 4 years, during the COVID, we needed frontline workers. And if you recall, a country like US, during the COVID, a lot of people lost their lives, especially the nurses. So this is the time that as a country we need to build capacity. And that is why this anniversary has become very important, focusing on, building Ghana's next level of specialized nursing manpower, because we are building hospitals under Agenda 111, and you don't expect that when it is done and you have all the machines, you should have nurses who are trained to man them. For instance, you have a ventilator in a hospital for somebody who has respiratory problem,
right,
life-threatening. You need this kind of nurses to fit in.
Okay.
So this is why this anniversary has, become very pinpoint, picking on training specialized nurses, starting even this year, because we're going to start small and then grow the numbers. And that's why we are trying to do for the country.
Okay. So what are some of the courses? What do you offer? What are some of the courses that the school offers?
Traditionally, we offer general nursing.
Okay. Okay.
Diploma.
Okay.
Now, we want to scale up and do degree in midwifery and general nursing.
Right.
But we as secondary see it as we are only training general nurses, general midwives, even at the degree level. So we have partnered with Ghana College of Nursing and Midwifery, which is a college. So they train specialized nurses. So we having the capacity and joining them, we are going to scale up the training of critical care nurses who will come out as associate members and continue to become members of the college.
Okay.
That is number one. Number two, we also want to train perioperative nurses. The perioperative nurses are nurses who work only in the theater. They manage the theater, they set up everything for operative.
Perioperative.
So when you say peri, before, during, and after operation, they do that.
Okay, peri.
Peri,
okay.
Yes. So then critical care nurses are, like my brother explained, they are the nurses who work with the patients who are critically ill.
Which patients will fall under the critically ill?
When you talk about immediate past COVID-19,
right,
you see that people were having respiratory distresses.
Okay.
And people must be put on ventilators. And the ventilators are monitored by human beings. They are manipulated by human beings. And aside that, we have people like stroke, hypertension, diabetics, accident victims, burns patients. You understand? They also fall under critical care. And even mass accident, people must be selected. Two, when we get to, we are talking about diabetes and other conditions, people must be careful. Now, the current trend is non-communicable diseases. They are surging up. And those conditions are also an area that we needed care. What we are trying to say is, this category of staff or people are centered in the cities. And there's only one school in the whole Ghana training that caliber of critical care nurses. So their supply is very, very limited. Then we want to support this agenda by scaling up the training. Two, we also want to train midwives with an area of specialty called neonatology. The neonates are babies under 28 days. So when they are sick, they are critically sick. Then we needed the midwife who is a specialist in that area to care for them. So in brief, we are looking at midwifery with neonatology as an expert, critical care and perioperative nurses. Then general nurses, we will look at palliative, pain management and other care. But for now, immediately we are looking at these three: critical care, perioperative and midwifery with neonatology.
Talking about support, Alhaji, there have been concerns where we've seen that this is a bit off the topic, but it's still in the nursing area where nurses are going outside the country. What are your general thoughts? The nurses Jack Mine situation. What are your general thoughts? Because you train these nurses.
Yes.
Yeah.
There are two issues I can say here. One, remuneration. Two, facilities working with. So if people are well remunerated, that is why we are talking about the specialization. If the person is well specialized, and he'll be paid according to his income, his skills. That one is there. Two, facilities to work with. We have trained a lot of specialized nurses, like nurse anesthetists, critical care we are talking of, but the facilities are not enough to hold them, so they'll go to where they can work well. That is number one. Number two, we are also looking at the caliber of people. You see, when we are doing compensation, when you train people, you must put a value on them.
Yeah.
And the value is the financial value.
Definitely.
You understand?
Definitely.
So if we are able to train them well and put the value on them, that if you are first degree nurse, specialized critical care, this is your value, and you are specialist nurses, they will stay because the money will be enough. If you go to Europe and elsewhere, that's what we are doing now. Last May, I had contact with some European nurses. They have association they call European Specialized Nurses Association.
Okay.
You understand?
Right.
Then when you come to Ghana here, what do we see? Nothing. So we don't value our people. We don't put value on them. We just train general. And general, you receive general salary. So if you train specialized nurses and put value on them, then when we are paying them well, baby, they can stay and work and get money.
Okay.
So that's what we are saying. So we want to do this, and even when you get to the periphery,
okay,
the districts, they are the gatekeepers. So if you don't have the specialized people too at the gate, then it's a crisis. Because I stay at a second D, then everything has to go to either Cape Coast or Kolebu. The distance delay is also a problem.
Right.
So if we are the gatekeeper and we are the district, for instance, at a second D, if somebody is being referred from Asankregua or Hafasni, and he gets to Takoradi, and you are also asked to be referred again, what is it?
Time.
So it's one of the delays. So when we get the people and they are at the periphery, they are well paid. These days, there's telephone, electricity, water. So people can stay at any place.
Yeah.
That's the basic needs that people needed. So if they are getting all the facilities, they will be there. But the money, as I was coming, secondly, I don't face any traffic. So I'm comfortable. You understand?
Yeah.
Why is it that we should all come and stay in Accra to choke the place? I'm also a specialized nurse. I'm an anesthetist.
Right.
By training. You understand?
Yeah.
So I know what it takes to save life. Me from a far village in Asante Achem South, Kokomeso, then I'm able to save a life. Then I'll say, wow, I've also done something.
It's remarkable.
It's remarkable. You understand? So this is what we want to do. And secondly, Takoradi suffered a lot during the COVID era. And when I went there, I realized that this, we cannot forgo it. We have to establish it. And I want to say that the regional minister has supported us so much so that now we believe that it's a country, nationwide issue. It's not only for secondary. It's a nationwide issue. And everybody must come on board. So we have developed, you see, not only training, but we also have to get the infrastructure.
Yeah,
that's why we are looking for the funding. So we want our center to be one of the best in Ghana and in West Africa, so that we can also train specialized nurses from foreign countries. I've been to Togo, I've been to Benin, I've been to Burkina Faso, I've not been to Nigeria, but I know day to day have very serious issues.
Alhaji, we should have you in here for
sure.
a conversation, a whole conversation on nursing. How about that?
Yeah, that's a good call.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Mensah, quickly, let's go through the activities lined up and events lined up for the celebration.
A quick one. This project is a 52 million cedi project, and which is very huge.
Whoa.
And we made some appeals to corporate Ghana to support the effort.
Right.
And I'm happy to tell the public that Stanbic Bank has come up with a 10 million Ghana cedi, not as a sponsorship money, but a facility.
Okay.
Beyond that, Stanbic is going to also sponsor, because when our letters went out, it was a bit late. But because they understand health.
It came through.
Yes, it came through that they are going to provide 1/5 of the cost in facility. But then at the end of the year, they're also going to give us a sponsorship. And we also want to thank B5 Plus, which is also a sponsor. And then, like he rightly said, our regional minister, Kwabena Okyere, has also been trotting around with me to the mining companies in the region And Anglo Gold is on Thursday. I have to be at Anglo Gold to meet them, and then take them through why we need this project, so that they can also come on board. And lastly, because this is taking a national character, we have also developed a short code that allows everyone to send as little money as you can, from 1 cedi a week, 5 cedis. You can do that. So
what's the short code?
The short code is *447 *2516 hash, *447 *2516 hash, and you can send any amount. And if you give 100 cedis and above, we put your name on the wall plaque. You know, when we finish the project, we are going to put names of people who have helped to bring it up.
Wow.
And that's where you can also register your name for posterity to see what you have done.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Final words from you, Principal.
As part of our anniversary and then social responsibility, we as a school, with the regional health directorates, we have established a clinic or chip compound at Izolezu, which is a very big place. I mean, they have 5,000 people around Izolezu.
The village on the stills.
Yes. So we have set up a clinic there with a nurse, a resident nurse on the stills, which is our social responsibility to support the people there. And when we went there, we also identified a girl from the community who has completed Mpoho Secondary School and who qualified to be a nurse. So we are going to train her as a midwife to go and support the community. And we have told them, we are ready to support them for the next 5 years. Any citizen from Izolezu who qualifies to be trained as general nurse or midwife, we will do that so that in the future they'll get their own people there.
That's remarkable.
Yes.
Like I said, the team would like to spend more time with your team.
Mention my code again so that people should come and support us.
The code is *447 *2516 hash. No amount is too small. This is how you can support the 70th anniversary of the Sekondi Nursing and Midwifery College. We've been having a conversation around this with the principal of the school, of the college, Alhaji Abdul Karim Bwache, and also Kingsley Mensah, his secretary to the Sekondi Takoradi Sister City Support. And this has been our conversation on the 70th anniversary of the Sekondi Nursing and Midwifery College. We'll take a quick break. We'll see you shortly.
Hello, 7:57. You are watching GTV Breakfast. My name is Kafui Day. We're going to have our headlines in a short while, but we're going to go straight to Makola first because our man, Daryl Alan Tego, is out and about, keeping an eye on things in the heart of Accra. I was with him, well, Kofi Traffic was with him on the roads not too long ago, and the man is now at the market. Daryl, greetings. What are you buying in the market?
Thank you very much, Kaf. Thank you so much, Kafui, for coming to us. It's the media budget review this morning. It is slated for 10 a.m. The Minister for Finance will be in the House to bring the media budget review, the government's, budget for the rest of the year, perhaps into 2025, possibly. And with that comes, obviously, you know what it is. The watermelon vendor is also trying to get a piece of the pie. So let's let them have their pie. Yes, so that would bring us to what government's expectation is, what government is seeking to do with our money into 2025 from now. And obviously, the usual stuff we all know is each time there is a budget review, there is every possibility of a certain increases in pricing. And so we've come out to this part of town, we're in the Central Business District, to speak to some of the traders to find out how perhaps an increase in taxes or a reduction in taxes does affect their trade. And even before we went on air, a few of them expressed some sentiments that really must be one that government would pay attention to if they want our traders to keep up with their taxes and pay their taxes appropriately and accordingly. Let me go in there and speak to this trader and find out what her expectations are, especially with the budget, and if there's anything, what she'll expect government to do for them as far as dollar CD safer trading is concerned. Madam, good morning. My name is Daryl Tego from GBC. Can I speak to you for a minute? It is the media budget review. Today, the Minister for Finance, Honorable Ibrahim Adam, will be addressing Parliament and to tell Parliament of what our expectations are. What, if anything, would you look forward to, or are you looking forward to in this budget?
I would want them to reduce the dollar for us.
You don't trade in dollar, do you?
No, we don't.
So how does the reduction in dollar weight would affect your business?
The increase in the dollar is affecting the increase in the CFA that we change to go and take the goods from Togo.
Oh, so typically you import your wares from Togo?
Yeah.
And what is the rate between the CD and the CFA at the moment?
10 cedis, Ghana cedis is 25.30 pesos in the CFA.
Is that today's rate, or that must be a rate from maybe only this week? What was it about, say, a month ago?
A month ago, it was less than. At times, it increases and decreases.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so the increase in the CFA affects your business. Tell me, what will you typically sell the dress behind you?
Something like this. Before, when the CFA was less, it was somewhere 40, 50 cedis. But currently it's 120.
Whoa, 50 cedis to 120.
120.
Are you not profiteering of the people, or that's because of this?
Do that. Yes, we can do that, because if something will worry us over here and it is worrying them, we all are affected. But something like this, 40 cedis, then it will jump to 80, then to 120. It is very, very bad.
I see.
It's affecting the market.
I see. So if the Minister for Finance is listening to you this morning, what will be your advice to him?
I think he should do something about the dollar and the CFA, because it is worrying we, the traders over here. It is worrying us.
Anytime the CFA or the dollar goes up, how does that affect your profit?
Sometimes the profit, let me say, if we should sell something for something like this, 120, and the customer should come that week, the person wouldn't know the price at that moment. So you would have to sacrifice your profits for the person.
So you do business, and in order to get your customers or maintain them, you have to let go your profit. Thank you very much. Let me go around and speak to one or two more of your fellows and see what they also have to say. Thank you so much for speaking with GBC. So this has been the view of one trader who feels the presence or the weight of the dollar is so badly affecting their profit margins, and they're having to sacrifice their profit for them. Let me go the other way around instead and see if this young lady will also speak to me. Good morning, Mama. How are you? What's your name?
I'm Sarah.
Sarah, my name is Darrell Tego from GBC. This morning, the Minister for Finance goes to Parliament to review or bring us the media budget review. If there's anything you want government to pay attention to, what will that be?
They should reduce the money, the dollar and the CFA, because the money has increased. You cannot sell our goods and our dresses.
You mean you cannot sell them because the CFA or the dollar has gone up?
It's increased. The dollar too has been increased.
How does that affect your trading?
Look, when the customers come, this one first they say maybe 40 cedis or 60 cedis. Now it's 1.2. It's 1.2. When they come, they cannot buy it. The same time, when they also go to the house, they cannot sell it because there's no money. And the second, the money has also been increased. So it has affected us.
So you would like the Minister for Finance to pay attention to the rate at which the dollar and the CFA goes up?
26 cedis, 50 pesos.
The CFA is 26 cedis, 50 pesos. And that will be 100 cedis or to 10 cedis?
10 cedis, 20 cedis, 26, like coins.
So if I have 100 cedis and I want to buy CFA, how much CFA can I buy?
Like you buy 100 cedis, you buy like 46. See now, one CFA is 26 cedis, 50 pesos. So you get maybe, you now get 50 cedis.
Wow, I won't be able to buy that much. And so when you go to buy your stuff, do you perhaps check with your stock holders first to see if maybe if you bring 1,000 CFA, this is how much you can buy, or you go and you're surprised?
No, before you go, you will check your money. If it increases, you have to add something to it. You have to add CFA to it, add cedis to it before you go, because it has increased now. You're supposed to add CFA, cedis to it because it has increased. If you didn't add it to you get CFA, small CFA.
Wow, you will not get a lot to buy so much. Okay, so I think the Minister for Finance this morning...
The CFA and the dollar. Right. Because we are dealing with the CFA and the dollar, so we should reduce it.
They are what you deal with, CFA and dollar. And so if that is reduced or the weight of the CD is stabilized, then at least it would not affect your profit that much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And so, CAF, you've heard some of the traders here at the Accra Central Business District who this morning seem to be singing from the same hymn sheet. I don't know if they perhaps planned these comments before we arrived, or that because they are used to it and that's what they do, they seem to have the rates of the CD and the CFA or the dollar at their fingertips. And some could even refer to what it had been a week ago until this morning or this week. That gives you a certain idea of their familiarity with their environment. And that, to a very large extent, is one of the things that perhaps people in authority would take note of and do something about. Really, if they will have to sacrifice their profit in order to maintain their customers, then they're working for nothing. And this morning, if the Minister for Finance is monitoring what the nation is talking about, it is watch the dollar, help the CD, save our profit. Thank you very much for coming to us here at the Accra Central Business District. I'm handing over to you, as always, CAF. My name is Darrell Alan Tego, your chief laborer. Thank you very much, CAF.
I could see what you just said on a T-shirt. Watch the dollar, Help the CD, save our profit. Sounds like a great slogan for a t-shirt. From Daryl in town to us right here in studio, my guests are a member of good standing as far as the internal auditors are concerned. His name in today's daily graphic.
I see.
Dr. Eric Odro-Osai.
Oh, that's great.
I found it. He's in good standing. He's Director General of the Internal Audit Agency. Congratulations for being in good standing. Professor Daniel Bruce.
Yes.
Our clinical psychologist, our in-house sage. Good to have you. I know you're in good standing as well.
Yes, in the books of Ghana Psychology Council.
Very, very much in good standing.
Yes.
And you're also in good standing here, watching us on GTV. Mid-year budget review is happening today. I'll start with you, the finance man, Dr. Osai. So you heard from the traders. Their concerns are currency issues, money issues. What will this mid-year budget review have to do with currency, if at all?
Okay, let me say good morning to our listeners and viewers. I think it will have a lot to do with the currency and policies that help them to do their business in this country. But let us all understand that the mid-year budget is not a new budget. The mid-year budget review under Section 28 of our Public Financial Management Act, 2016 Act 921, is a requirement that Parliament approve the budget for the government and the Ministry of Finance to implement for 2024. That budget was approved last year. They have implemented it for the first 6 months of the year. It stands to reason that they go back to the people's representative, which is Parliament, to explain to them how they have used the budget approved for them by way of the revenue mobilized, the expenditure incurred. And they also have to report to the people of Ghana through Parliament how they intend ending the year. So Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act is clear on the content of the mid-year review, budget review. There are basically 5 areas. The first one is that the mid-year budget review is expected to give a brief overview of recent macroeconomic development of government. That is the issues of taxes, the issues of expenditure, the issue of revenue, the issue of inflation. So the foreign currency exchange rates the traders are talking about will be spoken of in the budget this morning. The second area that is mandatory under the Public Financial Management Act to be indicated in the mid-year budget review is an update of macroeconomic forecast undertaken by government. We should all know that during the presentation of the 2024 budget, there were certain inflationary targets or macroeconomic targets that the government set. Government said that maybe a certain percentage of inflation will be managed, interest rates will be at a certain level, all of that. The mid-year would have to give us progress towards achieving or attaining this macroeconomic forecast. The third area that the mid-year budget is expected to cover is an analysis of the total revenue, total expenditure, and financial performance of government. And this should be important for every Ghanaian because the government indicated that we are going to mobilize a certain amount of revenue. Parliament approved it to finance a certain expenditure. For the first 6 months, the mid-year review will tell us whether the government is on course towards the revenue mobilization, what kinds of expenditure has the government incurred, and what lies ahead of us. The fourth area that the mid-year is required to cover under Section 28 of the PFM Act is a presentation of a revised budget, that is outlook for the next 6 months. That is, if any. It is not mandatory. If the government intends to increase its expenditure, the government intends to impose additional taxes, taxes can only be imposed when Parliament has approved it. So this is the opportunity for government to say that we said we're going to do A, B, C, D. For the next 6 months, we're going to need these additional expenditure to be incurred. So we need Parliament to approve these taxes for us. So the law requires that they should come up with an outlook, and if they need a supplementary budget, table it before Parliament. And then finally, where necessary, plans for submitting any proposed budget for parliamentary approval. So it is expected that the minister will end on the note of whether or not they intend submitting a supplementary budget to government. So these are the minimum requirements in a mid-year budget review. People must understand that this is not a new budget. This is a status report presentation on the budget approved for Ghana by Parliament in 2024.
Okay, so just checking halfway to see how things are.
Where we are by way of revenue, where we are by way of expenditure, and how we intend ending the year. And this year is critical because this is an election year. And in an election year, we all want to maintain a certain level of fiscal stability, a certain level of inflation, a certain level of interest rate, a certain level of exchange rates. But this year, we are very fortunate because this year seems to be more stable than 2020. Because in 2020, because of the COVID, 2020 by this time, we were all struggling to understand whether or not we'll be able to have our presidential and parliamentary elections, what expenses are we going to incur, are we going to use nose marks and all of that. But in 2024, I mean, everybody is relaxed. So that is why I have hope that we'll be able to end the year well.
Okay, so that's the breakdown for what the budget, mid-year budget review is all like. It's like you traveling from Accra to, say, Kumasi, and then around Nkoko, you pause and check to make sure you're on course.
That's right.
You know, Bisu?
It'll be so.
Yes. Prof. Bruce.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your thoughts on this budget issue, and especially what the traders were saying about currency woes.
Yes.
They were complaining about the dollar and how it affects even the safer.
My concern is the practical economics lecture room we went at the Makola this morning.
Yes.
You know, now Ghanaians have understood the implications of the CD dollar exchange implications.
We've all become
on their livelihood, on their trading, or whatever. So their appeal is that we are suffering. To take a chunk of 16 Ghana cedis to take $1 is affecting them. Look at even CFA, 10 cedis plus. Then you take Emil. How many goods are you going to buy with 1,000 CFA? No. So that is their cry. So maybe in the budget, they have to review that. No, this is the economic policy we put in place, and that is why the CD, dollar, pound sterling, euro came to this level. And so this is the strategy we are putting in place to make sure that we take the burden off the citizens.
All right.
I think that is what the people are expecting.
Indeed.
Otherwise, when it continues like that, you can be assured of dejection, loss of trading capital. People are not buying the goods. Meanwhile, you are in Accra. You have to eat. You have to sleep somewhere. You have to wash yourself. You have to visit the washroom. All these things, they are not free in Accra. You have to pay for accommodation. And if you have the goods, but because of the CD dollar exchange rate and that of CFA and the Ghana CD, people will give up. People will do all sorts of things. And we are just creating a society of hopelessness.
So we need to watch these things.
We need to watch these things.
Let's get on the line now. Speak with the Dean of the Faculty of Accounting and Finance at UPSA, Professor Isaac Boadi. Good morning. Welcome to GTV Breakfast. Mid-year budget review is going to be presented by Finance Minister to Parliament today. What are you expecting?
Hey, Kafui.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Greetings.
Good morning to your viewers.
Yes.
My colleagues in the studio.
Mm-hmm.
I think I joined the line not quite long, and I had other contributions from my other colleagues.
Yes.
Giving you a picture of how we come about mid-year.
Mm-hmm.
And it will give a very good scenario that you are driving all the way and you have to take a pullover to do a few resetting.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, as a country, we started a journey somewhere January. We gave a budget projection, and it's important to take account of where we have gotten to in terms of revenue, in terms of expenditure. And it's important to know the last 6 months, how we are fed. And if you allow me, we can have that discussion.
Yes,
then
please.
we'll look at what we should expect.
Sure. How are we
told
fed?
that we were told that we're going to have expenditure almost about 225 billion or so, as against revenue target of 174. That should give you a deficit budget. Right. Now, from January all the way to today, if you look at the numbers, growth, the same year-to-year comparison, mid-year, 2023, we stood at 3.1. As I saw so, then I will tell you what we should expect in terms of this gain. But you should also know that this growth are often necessitated by other sectors, agri sector, the service, and industry. The same year, industry grew by 6.8. Agri growth was 4.1. Services 3.3. We know that in terms of gross international reserve, we stood at 3.7, 2.7. Now we are 3 in terms of months. So if you ask me, what do I expect for the second half of the year? Let also be guided by Ghana's mid-year review expectations for 2024 are shaped by ongoing economic reforms, global economy, and government commitment to fiscal discipline. These are three main pillars that to be guided or should guide the mid-year review. What do I expect? I talked about growth. I expect the government to sustain that growth. Although it's quite negligible, something small, 1 point something difference, we don't want to see a reversal of that trend. And that is what I expect the government to do. Again, I expect a key fiscal consolidation with a deliberate effort of the government reducing debt and increasing revenue. And when I talk about revenue, last month or so, we had GRA exceeding the target mid-year. I've not perused the numbers to know the target they gave to themselves, but we have been told they have exceeded their target. Okay, that's fine. But we don't expect more taxes to come out in this budget mid-year. But rather, we expect the budget, the tax bracket to be increased, to be widened. That's what I expect the government to do. Remember, tax forms about 77% or so of our revenue we generate. If you take 100%, about 70+% is a component that form part of the tax. We don't need to see that percentage going up again, but rather areas that we don't have taxes on individuals or the citizen should be rather increased. And then in terms of financial sector stability, I want to hear something about that. I expect the government, the regulatory bodies to continue implementing reforms that will enhance the banking and improve their capital adequacy and promote financial inclusion. These are things that I am expecting the budget to cover. Agri and food security, very important. If we check the inflation as of May stood, I think, 25% in April. But in May, it has reduced to 23.1. And now in June, or July or so, we are looking at we are looking at 22.8. And a gradual reduction. But then the food component in the inflation is a worrying sign. So we expect something to be done in that area. Health sector, yes, I expect something to be done in the health sector. Infrastructure development, yes, I do. Then the private sector partnership is something that I expect the government to talk about in the mid-year. So, Kofi, these are a few comments of my expectation regarding the mid-year budget review.
Thank you, Prof. How do you bring food prices down?
how do I bring food prices down?
Yes, what would be your advice if you had the ear of the finance minister? How do you bring the price of foodstuffs down? Because food inflation is quite high.
I don't know where you hang around.
I mean,
but it's important in Accra, right? I have not checked the figures, which areas that we have recorded this high, the rise in food cost. I don't know, but I have not checked the graphical, the pattern. But we are in this country. Over the years, we have depended so much on goods that we bring from outside. And some time ago in your studio, we were talking about Yamade, if you remember.
Yes. Towel and all those things, intestines.
Yes. And we had good time to talk about those things. How do we reduce the total reliance on things we bring from outside? Do we give subsidies to our local producers? Do we assist them? Do we create a market for them? Food storage, excess production we have, what do we do? These are the areas that I'm thinking the government should do something about. We reduce the importation of goods that we bring into the country, because we end up exchanging our small dollars to bring those goods into our country. So first of all, we need to look at what we bring into the country, the substitute that we can have if you don't bring those ones, the rice, the major component of the item we bring into the country, and the things that are not necessary, we reduce or we do away. Let's learn the lessons of Nigeria. We have best examples to pick from. In South Africa, they depend so much on local production, local rice. Can we do the same in our country?
So let's go local.
Yes, that's a summary.
Finish. Thank you so much, Professor Isaac Wedi, Dean of the Faculty of Accounting and Finance at UPSA, telling us what to expect in the budget and what we need to do to, reduce the pressure on these foreign currencies so that we can create a better standard of living for our people. Back into the studio here with Dr. Eric Odron-Osai and Prof. Bruce. Prof. Bruce, anything else you want to talk about apart from budget? I mean, we've talked about budget extensively. What's on your mind this morning?
What's on my mind this morning? It's very sensitive. I hope it will not provoke people.
Well, I'm ready for you. Let's hear.
Honestly, we just celebrated 30 years of our democratic practice.
Yes.
And we are all proud of it. In December, we are going to the polls again.
We have 137 days.
6th January 2021, something happened in Parliament. We are yet to hear the outcome and the discipline measure taken against people who are alleged to have committed some crime or some mistake that were not supposed to have been done by those honorables in Parliament. There was the allegation that somebody chewed a ballot paper. What has happened to that honorable member of Parliament?
The ballot paper chewer?
Yeah. What has happened? Was it dragged to the Privileges Committee?
Good point.
And what was the outcome of that behavior? You see, Ghanaians, we need to know how our big brothers are disciplined so that we, the young ones, must learn from them.
The allegation was that he not only chewed the ballot, it was two ballot papers, which were chewed and duly swallowed.
Sure.
That was the allegation.
So even the intestines, they suffer digesting those things politically.
From ballot paper?
Yes. Because it was not a material known to the intestines.
The intestines will say, well, what is this?
What is this? So even it was an error for you to send that into the
complete error.
Complete error. Biological error. So he committed a political error and a biological error.
I agree.
And he needs to, that person, Ghana must know what discipline measure was taken against him.
It was a snatch, chew, and swallow,
Sure.
Snatch, chew.
Food. It's SOP. election is coming. Somebody might say, oh, after it has happened, I
can do it again.
I can do it again. On that same night, we saw the invasion of the Ghana military into the parliament.
The parliament, yeah.
Who ordered their arrival at that place? What has been done to them? Oh, well, they can do so. Meanwhile, we are saying, oh, we don't want coup d'etat, we don't want military to be involved in our democratic practices and all that. But here was the military in parliament. What is the outcome? Both sides of the parliament, NPP and NDC, they are quiet over this. But they are the very people who shout loudest, we don't want coup d'etat, we don't want coup d'etat. And this, you were in your own house, military personnel invaded your house. You have not taken any action. Now when you come out, we don't want coup. Meanwhile, you were there. There were soldiers with you.
They entered.
You were only shouting, democracy, something must go on. Revolution must stay out. Is that what, that was the end? These are our honorable men. I mean, sometimes we need to bring them to point to ask them questions to answer. Why? They are not straightforward with issues of
You've
Ghana.
really taken our minds back to 2021, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
These are serious issues. But they are just in parliament, they are thinking about something else. We are talking about sustaining our democracy. So if there is an attempt or a move by a group of people or someone to derail our democratic practices, that person is an enemy to democracy.
They're not even in parliament. I saw some clips yesterday from Speaker Bagbin, who sacked the Sefirioso MP from the House. And if you're looking at the pictures, there are lots of empty seats in parliament. They're not even come to work.
They have jumped the gun and they are in the bush now, campaigning seriously.
Parliamentarians in the bush?
Yeah, parliamentarians in the bush now. They have abandoned their core business. There must be a law that look
at the scene. Look at the scene. Look that's parliament for you.
You see the point now.
The place is quiet.
We queue and voted for you to go and take decisions on this morning. You take the pictures and you see how many of them will be there. When they are there, they will be jittery. I mean, you are keeping too long. We have to go and campaign. You see the point now. So please, they themselves, they might conduct. Look at the empty seats. Look at the empty seats.
Peter Tosh had an album called Bush Doctor.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe we can play it. Maybe we dedicate it to the parliament. You said they are all jumping into the bush to go and campaign.
They're in the bush now, seriously. You see.
So the snatch, chew, and swallow MP, you want to see what the outcome of that.
The Ghana military.
And the Ghana military
they were there.
invading parliament.
Thirdly, see, Techiman.
Okay.
11 people were shot dead. Civilians. You see, I woke up, I told my family, my wife and children, I'm going to vote. And that was the goodbye I said to them. You can imagine the implications, the emotional implications, and the social implications of the death of those people on their families and other dependents. Is it because they are civilians and not politicians? But I am going to vote for you to come to parliament or be a president, to take a salary. You're not going to do that work free of charge. You are even asking me that a bill must be passed so that you will be a first citizen wherever you are going. Sure, you are going. I should be in the queue in the street.
Did you jubilate when they stopped that bill?
They will not jubilate, they will be annoyed.
Did you jubilate?
Me, yes. All that must be stopped. You see, what they are doing, you see, they are just telling us that you people, you are not important. You are in your lane and there is a police person. As you give way to what? With one V8 behind him.
Just one?
Just one.
One car convoy?
One car convoy. And he is driving, pushing everybody aside. And if you don't obey, they'll beat you.
Yeah, I see some of them actually take their boots out and trying to stamp your car.
One day he will fall down with a motorbike. It's not nice. Why are they doing this to Ghanaians? Our society is becoming an indisciplined one. Why? Nobody is important than anyone in Ghana. Let us all be in the queue and go away. So I am seeking justice for these people who were killed. The Techiman people.
Yeah.
We need answers. We need answers. And those people behind, something has happened to them for Ghanaians to know that it is wrong for you to even wound or kill somebody just because the person is going to
I agree.
Vote for someone to become an MP.
I agree.
But that MP in whose constituency these people were there, if I were him, I would have resigned.
Yeah, because people in your place.
Blood cannot be shed because of me, and I am in parliament. Taking salary, I'm okay. Oh God, no. We are becoming heartless. These are my concerns.
So the ballot chewing MP,
the invasion of
parliament, and then the Techiman South victims of the election.
These questions have remained unanswered. They should take their pens and paper and begin to answer now.
And the Ghanaians will be the examiners?
Yes.
We'll mark the scripts. Doc, what's on your mind before we wrap up?
Yeah, thank you, Kaf. I'm concerned about the rising billboards in this country. The sizes, the structure, it blocks your view when you are driving.
Thank you.
Let alone pedestrian crossing.
Thank you.
I think the city authorities, the Advertisers Association of Ghana must rise up.
Thank you.
Because all these billboards, they have licenses, they have permits to erect them. Why are we allowing that to happen? You go to other countries and that is not the case.
Yeah.
People are dying. So city authorities, Advertisers Association of Ghana, please wake up. Bring your members to book and then make sure that the billboards you erect are those that will not block people's view, drivers especially when they are driving, and pedestrians when they are crossing the road, so that we can save people's life.
We're going to continue our road safety action on that particular angle, because today we were, Kofi Traffic and Alan were at Accra Psychiatric Hospital, and we encountered exactly the same thing you're talking about. You have a billboard as high as Goliath, you know? It was a National Pensions Regulatory Authority billboard. Yeah. 7 feet high. You're trying to cross the pedestrian. You can't see the cars because it's in a curve. You can't see. And they're all lined up like soldiers on parade, these billboards, all in the median. The median is full of billboards. And you can't see. You can't see. So you step on the pedestrian crossing, you look in the corner, then you have the huge ones that just block your view. It has to end. National Road Safety Authority, city authorities, we need to go beyond just posting flyers on our social media, asking you to respect traffic regulations. We need to actually get onto the ground and declutter the city, because it's a mess. And pedestrians are also human beings who also use the road. It's not only for cars and motorbikes. We're doing our traffic thing at Nima, and the policeman came and said, we are causing traffic. We're trying to get people to cross the road. He said, we are the cause of the traffic on the road. And that just didn't make sense to us. So National Road Safety Authority, city authorities, how do you feel? How do you feel when you see these things? When you see billboards all over the place blocking the view of... Why don't you take a walk as pedestrians one of these days? Get out of your V8s and just walk. Try and cross roads. Put yourself in the position of... And then you have political billboards. The campaigns have ended, but the people are still smiling at you, asking you for their votes.
Did you say it has ended?
No. Some of them they were going for parliamentary primaries. Your primaries are over. You've lost. Why is your billboard still there?
Yeah. You know, he's angry. Let it be there.
Let it be there.
He's there to punish who refuse to vote for
Yeah. I'm looking at you next time. You know, that kind of thing. All right, well, gentlemen, I thank you so much. We will be having a chat with the German ambassador next, and then we have JBM, who speaks for JDM, Joyce Bawa Muktari, who speaks for Mr. John Dramani Mahama, in the studio for a conversation. And then, of course, our artist, who is already in studio, Enel, which, by the way, spells line backwards, I guess. He's here for some artwork. So this is GTV Breakfast. I'm going to enjoy some groundnuts. I'll see you. Bye.
Live from GBC Studio One, this is The Breakfast Show.
handles GTV Ghana everywhere, and we are streaming on YouTube and X as well. We are sitting down for this conversation with focus on the environment. One of the key issues of concern in our time is the matter of climate change. And from being looked at as something that will pose a threat to the globe in the future, the conversation has moved to the present with various parts of the world facing extremities. So there's destructive floods to forest flames, forest fires, irregular weather patterns. In all that, the human life, humanity we are missing the target of keeping to a temperature of 1.5 degrees Celsius as proposed by the scientists to stabilize the situation. Advocacy on the issue is important in sensitizing the population on the necessary measures to combat the problem. It ensures that we keep the pressure on the relevant authorities to remain committed to the various agreements at the international level as they also act locally. So it's not just about international, it's also local. To support the process and as a way of helping to find local solutions to the various climate-related challenges, the German embassy in Ghana is collaborating with the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation to spearhead discussions on the issues. And this conversation is dubbed Climate Talks. It's a series of programs that will be looking at a variety of climate-related issues from the local perspective. And in the studio this morning, to help us understand what that program will do, the German ambassador to Ghana, His Excellency Daniel Krall, is here to push the advocacy and the agenda for action. Excellency, thank you for making time and welcome to GTV Breakfast.
Good morning, Talma. Thank you very much for having me in this program.
The GBC is very happy to be a part of this conversation, providing a platform for us to have, a local discussion on what climate change effects are for local communities. Talk to us about what these climate talks will do and what form they will take.
Yes, climate talks. I think the main idea is that the climate change is mainly caused by the industrial countries of the north. They have largely contributed to the problem, but the most impact is felt in Africa, and Africa only contributed maybe only around 4 or 5% of all CO2 emissions. Now, the impact is felt most severely in Africa, in West Africa, including in Ghana. Actually, Ghana was a legend of environmental research in Ghana. William Kojo Agyemang-Bonsu was the first one to come up with very quantitative data on the impact that is felt in Ghana, especially in the cocoa sector. So the impact is severe on the population in Ghana. If we look at the coastal lines and the villages that are severely affected by the change of the current in the oceans, we have the farmers who previously lived on their crops. They were growing tomatoes and peppers, and now because of less rainfall, they are no longer able of harvesting. And you find many areas where Ghanaians feel the impact. And the idea of climate talks is to offer those people who today are feeling the impact of climate change, what sometimes is considered something on the meta level, very abstract, but it is real in life here in Ghana. And the idea of the climate talks is to offer a platform where people who are feeling the impact can voice their challenges and make it better known to decision makers in the country.
So it's about engaging the local communities, the local actors who are most severely affected by these climate conversations. That's what you're seeking to do.
Exactly. As I said, the farmer, the village people who feel the heat of the climate change.
So you'll be going around a few cities, regions in Ghana. When is that starting?
Yes, we want to start last week of this month in July in VAR. We will be in Tamale, we will be in Takoradi, and in Kumasi and in Accra, and we hopefully will have interested audience in all these places, and hopefully people will pick up the opportunity to voice their challenges.
The conversation is always that, as you said, if the developed countries are contributing more to the emissions, they should equally contribute more to seeking solutions. So what's the German embassy bringing on the table? GBC is providing the platform. What's the German embassy's contribution to this?
Yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, the industrialized countries who are the main reason for the entire problem have to take the lion's share. Germany is moving ahead in transitioning the energy matrix. We were heavily reliant on our coal and Russian gas. We are now moving to renewable energies. We reached over 50% now. Of our energy matrix is now based on renewable energy, and if an industrialized country like Germany is capable of that, we believe that other countries also have a good opportunity here. So the German government, through the embassy, but also to our implementation agencies, the GIZ and KfW Bank, we are providing several programs. We have a program like Green Government. The idea is to support governmental institutions in building up renewable energy resources. This applies to governmental buildings, to hospitals, these kind of things. This is just one example.
And in going around engaging the communities, which voices do you want to be represented at the climate talks? You say you are talking to farmer groups. Are there specific targets? Are these cereal farmers? Are these tuber farmers? Which categories really are you looking at?
Well, we are looking at those who are affected. So it depends on the area we are looking at, and this depends on the experts on the ground.
So in Wa, for example, where cultivation of some of our beans, sorghum, and our cereals, maize, and whatnot are dominant, you will be hoping to get the opinions of some of these farmers associations.
Exactly, because it really depends on what kind of crop you have, and sometimes you can mitigate the impact by combining new crops in your production, and we want to have the broad spectrum of voices.
Largely, it's believed that we will miss the target. We will not get to the 1.5 that we are hoping to get. What do you think has accounted for some of these the bottlenecks in addressing climate issues? What are the contemporary problems that prevent industrialized countries from sticking to those commitments that they've made at the international level? Because it trickles down to local communities.
Well, I'm afraid we cannot afford not to meet the task. It's sometimes painful that you have to reconsider your way of production, and so it is. There is strong leadership needed that keeps the countries on the track that was agreed in the Paris Agreement. We have the system of national determined contributions. Ghana also has set up some criteria and targets, and we are in this framework. We are here to support and assist Ghana in achieving their goals. And in Germany, as I said, we also have to come up with some efforts. The challenge is to get our emissions, especially down in the housing sector. So that is politically very challenging, and the same applies for other countries.
Right. The connection, the collaboration with GBC. In Wa, for example, the expectation is that we'll use GBC's regional stations to propagate some of the messages. Explain what the GBC link would be all about. If you can give us further details on what the GBC collaboration will look like.
Well, we were very thankful that GBC agreed to cooperate. The German embassy will arrange for the set of panelists. We want to have a combination of climate talks, so serious talks, but we want to also have some cultural element in this program. So we hope to have some exciting regional artists to be on that show, and we will hope to have a 1-hour program. But around that, we want to offer a place where people can exchange their views and share their experience, and in that field are working on solutions, on programs and propositions to the farmers and how they can better cope with the challenges of climate change.
I think it's an excellent idea, because when we talk about the effects of climate change, we sometimes think it's a weather thing, or too much rain or too little rain, but we are always sharply reminded that the implications on food security, the implications on security in general, is also to be considered in that conversation. So we are hoping that this collaboration with GBC, between GBC and the German government, will yield fruitful benefits. Before we leave, what's your message? What's the expected outcome? Once this week of programs come to an end in Wa, the idea is it will move to another region in due time. What do we hope to achieve? What is our timeline for achieving it? And are you confident that we will get that target attained?
Well, I think when the climate talks are over, I have the hope that decision makers and including voters in Ghana will have a better understanding on how real the impact of climate change is. It is not an abstract, if you talk about increase of temperature of 1.0%, that is something not very tangible for us. But listening to farmers who no longer can have any crops to sell in the market and are facing severe challenges to survive, that hopefully will bring to the attention to decision makers that there is something at stake and that their decisions have to be taken.
We look forward to the fruitful collaboration with the embassy, and hopefully we'll meet in Wa, and then we'll have the first of the climate talks, and then we'll move on to the next conversation. Thank you for sitting with us.
Thank you
today,
very much.
Your Excellency. His Excellency, the German Ambassador to Ghana, Mr. Daniel Krall, has been speaking to us about an upcoming program that GBC is partnering the German embassy to bring to the people the effects of climate change on farming communities, and that will be beginning next week in the Upper West region. The capital, Wa, will be hosting the first in a series of climate talks. It will move around the country, and GBC is proud to be a partner for this important conversation. The German embassy is also involved. So we'll bring you some more details next week when the train moves or the plane moves to Wa for Climate Talks 2024. We'll take a quick break. When we return, there are more conversations on this breakfast table. Stay with us.
Live from GB.
Back to the breakfast table. We'll do some politics now. The NDC is making promises of a comeback to, by their account, rescue the country from the throes of an economic crisis. And former President John Mahama and his team have been canvassing the length and breadth of the country, hoping to regain power and fault or throw a wrench in the ruling party's plans to break the eight. Already questions abound about whether they have anything new to offer the country, considering that Ghanaians chose a different party to lead the country 7.5 years ago. At the table to make a case for the camp from the campaign team of former President John Mahama is Madame Joyce Power Mokhtari. She is the spokesperson for former President John Mahama. Ma'am, thank you for making the time to join us. It's almost, I wouldn't say coincidental, but just when we confirmed with you for this interview, the IEA responded yesterday to the concerns raised by your candidate's campaign, accusing it of being a front for a political party. The IEA claims that that is not a fair statement. They claim that they admitted that they had not engaged with any political party, and that their next step would have been to communicate their intentions to you, and they don't think that they've engaged any political party, contrary to the claim that your camp has made. How do you respond to the letter that the IEA issued yesterday?
Well, good morning to you. Good morning, everybody. I haven't been here in a very, very long time. It's great to be back on your show, and especially to see you this morning. Look, the fact that they will write the letter and even address it as they did should tell you that they know.
Address it how?
Well, directly to me. You know, my sister, in politics, everything is about perception. Timing is also very important. That apart, I wouldn't mind if they had even engaged the office prior to putting out that statement. I wouldn't mind if they had even written formally to us before putting out that statement. I'm not sure what exigency it was that that letter or the release that came was supposed to cure. I'm not even sure that it was even necessary at the time. In any case, I made a very good point, and I realized that they have failed to address that one succinctly. You literally sent a release out admitting to wanting to continue with a certain convention that has been established. Like I indicated, it is not the law, it is not regulated, it is not binding on anybody.
You said they have no constitutional authority.
It is not even an obligation on anybody, really. And then you wait until an opponent, you understand, in a very usual, very comical way, throws this sort of gauntlet or bait, whatever it is you want to call it, and then suddenly there's a release from the IEA. You know, look, I think that these are just conventions that have developed over time. People are happy to engage in these public debates. They give you an opportunity to showcase what it is you have. Mr. Mahama has always been one who's been happily accountable to the good people of Ghana. He's always loved these engagements, whether it's with the media or it's with, you know, special institutions. We've had these debates over the years. In 2016, then candidate Akufo-Addo declined any such invitation. It was no big deal. It was no news. In 2020, he declined. At the time, his current flag bearer was the one who was telling everybody, and in a very rude way, in a very disrespectful way, even told and advised Mr. Mahama to debate with himself in his own policies. What has changed? You know, I think that groups like the IEA, like Imani and all of them, they probably mean well. They are institutions that we all respect. But I think that whatever we do, we must avoid this attempt to play into the hands either of one side or the other.
On what basis do you make the claim that the IEA is fronting for one political party or the other?
Why not? We all know who runs the IEA. We know the history of the IEA. We know the trajectory of the IEA. It's not a secret, you understand? So I don't want us to go into any detail. If you lift the veil of the IEA, who are the people who are behind the IEA? You know, I have had a conversation with them, so I don't want to belabor the point. I'm sure they themselves admit that they could have handled it better, that the timing of it may have appeared very easily to create the impression that I actually took from the not. It was very clear. And the timing of it coming on the back of the charade by Dr. Bawumia tells me that it was no coincidence.
Is the former president, some would say, running away from a face-to-face debate, for lack of a better expression, with candidate Dr. Bawumia?
But that's what I asked you. In 2016, was Akufo-Addo running away from then candidate John Mahama?
Some would argue that the terrain has changed somewhat.
How has it changed? Have the political parties changed? Have the individuals changed? Have the conversations changed? What has changed? What has changed is that there's enormous hardship. What has changed is that Ghana is completely bankrupt. What has changed is that the NDC is poised to win this election come December 7, 2024. And I think that is what we are for work. We are preparing to go to Tamale to launch the campaign. We are shortly to be launching our manifesto. Indeed, over the period, Mr. Mahama has engaged with the media. We have also put out, as we've gone along, many of the policies that we hope will help us build the Ghana that all of us will be proud of. I don't want to focus too much on the distractions from civil society organizations that sometimes even appear to be a little bit too partisan and want to engage too much into our politics. You understand? I'm sure the IEA can even invite and visit Mr. Mahama's office on any day to ask him what his key policy initiatives are. There's nothing wrong with that.
But not on a debate platform.
As I said, the debate is just a convention. And like I said to you, in 2016, it wasn't binding on candidate Akufo-Addo. In 2020, it wasn't binding on him. So certainly it can't be binding on either of the candidates who are currently leading both political parties. And it's obviously not an obligation erga omnes, like I said, you understand. So I don't even know what the back and forth is about. GBC. We have observed what was put in the public domain. Indeed, we were here even at GBC, if you remember, I think in 2016. 2016. Yes, it was a fantastic debate.
So can I assume then, and you can say yes or no, that if the candidate, John Mahama, is not willing to appear on an IEA platform, he may appear on another platform, a GBC platform, for example, because we are also seeking engagement with your office to have a sit-down in a similar manner. So if not on the IEA platform, will former President Mahama accept to debate on another platform that is not IEA related?
If we were in the United States of America, I'll probably tell you that let me take the Fifth Amendment. But the remit of Mr. Mahama, and of course, the National Democratic Congress. We have a campaign coordinator and a campaign manager. I'm sure that in due course, they will be responding to these specific questions. In my small corner, my responsibility was just to respond to the issues as I saw them from the IEA release. I believe that they have also deemed it right to try and explain themselves. But as I said, perception is everything. The rest is just conversation.
The perception that you sought to put out, that the IEA is trying to manipulate the debates, if we are talking about it in the sense that all the candidates are on one platform, in what way could that manipulation take place? Every candidate in the past has had equal opportunity to speak at the same amount of time on the same platform to address people so that they can make their decisions on which candidate to go for, which party to go for, which idea to throw their weight on.
Indicate very clearly and categorically that the absurdity. The only thing that is absurd in this conversation is the fact that immediately after one candidate throws a bait of sorts, then immediately the IEA weeds in. For me, that is all that it is, and I think I would respectfully want to leave it at that point.
Let's talk about the former president's plans to, as the party says, turn the fortunes of the country around. The critics say when he was president, the numbers when it comes to inflation and the public debt do not favor candidate Mahama. How does he intend to fix those perceptions, considering the figures are there and they are available for all to cross-check?
When we talk about figures, which figures specifically?
So inflation 2012, 8.8%, up to 15.4% in 2016. Public debt, $18.1 billion in 2012, up to 28.4 billion in 2016. The idea is his numbers also tell of difficulties. And so how does he respond, or how does he intend to make gains from some of those experiences?
Let's start from the numbers. Ghana's current debt stock stands at 620 billion. So take even the conservative estimate that when John Mahama left office in 2016, our public debt was 120 billion. Look at the gap in between that time and now. If you're talking about exchange rates, which is another conversation that has come up, and I believe that the New Patriotic Party, led by current candidate Bawumia, actually politicized conversations around exchange rate issues. When we left office in 2016 under John Mahama, what was the exchange rate? 4.1. Today is 16 and plus. Do you remember that they even established a Forex exchange committee at the Jubilee House and invited some of these key players in the CSO environment to join them? How did those things play out? Do you know that as we speak today, the Bank of Ghana, the central bank that took over 26 billion to go and run a bank rationalization program, currently has declared losses of 50 billion Ghana cedis? Do you know that? Where is then the case for you to say that Mr. Mahama would have a record that he would also, under Professor Mills, if you remember, Ghana for the first time was awarded to who? Ghana, run by Akufo-Addo and of course Dr. Bawumia. What was the reasons Mr. Akufo-Addo ascribed for going to pick Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia as his running mate at the time? He said he was at the Bank of Ghana, he was a deputy, and that he understood the economy. He would come into office and help him do what? Fix the economy, that they were better managers. They had a magic wand. Indeed, Dr. Bawumia allowed us all to sit askance as he delivered one lecture after the other, putting out all sorts of highfalutin conversations and points that nobody ever put to strict proof, but people gravitated towards them on the assumption that he was an economist and knew exactly what he was talking about. Each time we have this conversation about records, his former boss and then vice president of Ghana, he asked him 170 questions. How much was fuel at the time when he asked those questions? How much was rent when he asked those questions? Where was unemployment? And you've seen the Ghana Statistical Service, that is the government's own right today between 2023 and 2024. He wasn't speaking about the past. He wasn't making any comparative analysis. He even didn't have any locus for most of the things that he put out there. So at least all we know is that currently Ghana is in an IMF program. The same conversations happened in 2016. We were a proud nation and we're never ever going to go to the IMF. When they celebrated the Wachi and Kenke parties at the exit of the IMF by Ken Ofori-Atta, all of you, the media, were there. I don't remember you asking that now that you have exited the IMF, now that you claim that we're so proud we're never going to go back, how do you intend to fix the economy? Nobody asked the questions.
The critics and your friends on the other side always argue that if the NDC was doing so well, Ghanaians would not have found the need to look elsewhere for solutions to Ghana's problems. And that's why Ghanaians chose to go with the NPP. They believe that they've done a lot to win the trust of Ghanaians, and they think that on that basis, former President John Mahama will not have a chance of becoming president again.
You know, look, let's look at the levels of hardship. Let's look at the levels of poverty. Let's look at the levels of corruption. Let's look at just how badly things have been managed so far. And let's look at it within the perspective and context of the issue that you have just raised. So, for example, if we're talking about the issues that you raised, today, what are the issues that we are grappling with? The Afrobarometer report was not put out there by the NDC. They tell you that attempts to fight corruption is currently at what? 0.
But then they also refer you to your own time and the corruption allegations that were leveled against.
They tell you that the record was definitely better. On the Afrobarometer, for example, on the African peer review mechanism, for example, indeed on media freedoms, Ghana had improved greatly. Where are we today? And let me state without any fear of equivocation that when you talk even about the economy that they probably try very hard to shy away from, why are we not demanding answers from Dr. Bawumia and from Mr. Akufo-Addo if we want to be accountable? In terms of corruption, we have the National Cathedral, and that is always my very first point. When I imagine the levels of corruption. Yesterday, I got a very interesting conversation from young students. Do you know how much tertiary students are paying for accommodation on campus? 10,000, 11,000,
I sat in a program yesterday that this came up in that conversation, yes. And the Ministry of Works and Housing has a plan to ensure that hostel operators do not take advantage of students and parents, and some of those conversations have been had.
What are you saying?
You
say they have a plan. Mm-hmm. That is a future plan. Under the PNDC and NDC, Senate was investing in hostel facilities. They were much cheaper. They were affordable. It was a secure investment for pensioners' resources. What are we seeing today? Pensioner bondholders are being given haircuts. We've seen. Are we then saying that if everything is rosy, if they have actually done so much? In any case, in 2016, what did they tell us? They told us that John Mahama said that they had constructed as many kilometers of road and that they had gone around the country, traversing the country, and that they had not seen any of these roads. In any case, we were told boldly that we were not going to eat roads. Have you seen the cost of food inflation? Do you know how much UNDP and other donor partners invested in planting for food and jobs? Have you heard the Auditor General on just how much of taxpayer money has been wasted? Ghana, actually, in terms of revenue, collected well over 113 billion.
And consistently, even at the time of former President Mahama, when he was president, the report also showed that those inadequacies were there in the system. So
did you ever hear that 339 million cedis was expended on a non-existent cathedral? Did you hear that PDS, a compact that was negotiated by late Professor Mills as president and John Mahama as vice president, was botched because of familial and nepotistic debates and conversations about who got what?
But there were
lost $12 million
of embezzlement and mismanagement of of GIDA. In the SADA issue, accusations were that there was a misuse of funds. The Ameri deal, Airbus scandal.
Let's start with Ameri. What happened with Ameri when they finally came into office? Did you hear them telling you that they were cancelling Ameri? As we speak today, Ameri is in the Ashanti region. We didn't even end the conversation about what happened prior to 2016. My sister, I have always come to the point that the tragic power outages due to a challenge that had absolutely nothing to do with John Mahama, Professor Mills, or the NDC, was partly half of the reasons why we went through what we went through. Compare on every facet of our economy. Look, the power outages were crippling.
The Dumso crisis.
It was a serious one. Finding a solution in a country where there are competing interests, from crude oil importation to gas importation to food importation, a country largely dependent on imports, we had a crisis on our hands.
And so you spent 150 million?
On what?
On the Ameri deal, overpaid by 150.
We had no infrastructure whatsoever. That's what I asked you. For all the conversations we've had about Ameri, how have we fared? Have you heard that any monies were lost to the states? Indeed, today that plant is owned by Ghana and is currently servicing the Ashanti region, which is the northernmost part of our country. And how have we fared in terms of power outages since Ameri and Car Power came on stream, since we introduced the independent power producers? At least the lights remain on for as long as we have money to pay for the service. My sister, it is not easy moving. When power outages happened under then former President Kufuor, what did he do? We had our eminent pastors going to the Akosombo Dam to pray. We had callers on your television stations telling us about the fact that the water levels were low. You were here. He went on to construct the Bui Dam. As we speak today, Bui has never served any purpose. Why don't we hear the same critics speak about the cost of Bui, for example, about the land that was donated by chiefs in that vicinity, for example? My sister, leaders would come and go, And every time a leader comes, there are some emergencies that confront that leader. How did you hear then candidate Akufo-Addo or then candidate Bawumia seek to proffer any solutions to help the Mahama administration? They actually literally made it a partisan battle for power, for political power. Took advantage. We welcome the criticisms.
The critique has always been that.
But I must also state
many
categorically,
of the infrastructure projects that were undertaken under former President John Mahama were overpriced and poorly managed.
My
That's
sister,
what the critique
we
has
were
been.
even told that
the
single
Kwame Nkrumah
source
circle
in nearly 8 months. Have you heard that there's been any investigation? They took 10 million to go and investigate and audit road infrastructure, the Eastern Corridor. Have you heard the results? They took 10 million to go and investigate Cocoa Road projects. Have you heard the outcome?
Saglemi has become
today,
an albatross.
You refer to the Ministry of Works and Housing. They've
now,
actually advertised that they are asking for expressions of interest, private people,
investors
to come and complete it.
Bid, and
Thank
selection
you.
process is
if
ongoing.
that Saglemi project,
for example, we are told has no toilet facilities and there's no plumbing to the place. There's no water. There's no sanitation.
My sister.
How do you put a structure like that in place without a plan for
how many of us,
access to
you
water
and I,
and electricity?
When we entered our first homes, did you have all amenities and facilities? In any case, putting things such as road infrastructure, sanitation facilities, etc., are the job of another agency. What is important is that we have a deficit, and the World Bank itself posits that Ghana has a huge infrastructure deficit. What was it that John Mahama and Mills thought it wise to do to improve on the gap between the deficit and the real? And don't forget that the Sakumono flats, the Adenta apartments across the country, when some of those flats were built, did they have road house or receive a toilet facility? Where are they? They told you
told bank accounts,
that each and every one, financial technology and financial inclusion, and how mobile technology had come to stay. But what is the challenge? People are now shying away because people don't want to do what? Pay the e-levy. What did we hear at the time? That e-levy was for the poor. And so it was something they didn't want to charge. And this was actually then candidate Mahamudu Bawumia telling us this. You see, look, let's look at peaches and apples and don't compare the two. The NDC is a government that loves Ghana. Each of the public universities, and interestingly enough, yesterday, President Akufo-Addo was going to UHAS, a facility constructed by former President Mills and John Mahama in the Volta region of Ghana. The plan was that each and every region should have a public university. You heard Mr. Mahama when he went to the University of Energy and Mines, for example, constructed from scratch. John Rawlings received an award from the Food Program for successful implementation of policies that improved upon our food, have campuses in each one of them. That is University for Development Studies. Your colleague teaches there now and is doing a fantastic job.
On education?
This is the same, because these facilities also improve upon education, improve upon quality, improve upon our societal norms and nuances.
Let's remain on the education.
And we have not even politicized these conversations, because when a social
democracy, it?
Why would we?
I've heard former President Mahama say, and the critics come at him hard, from your good friends on the other side, saying former President John Mahama should not say that he introduced free SHS, for example, and that he was a sound critic of the idea to make senior high school education free, and he's on record to have said that if he had X amount of money, he would not put it in free education. How does he come back? How does your candidate come back from some of those comments that he's made in the past with regards to the policy?
Do you know why the Constitution of 1992 allows for a certain latitude of discretion for our leaders? We used to talk about parity between the genders, the girl and boy child. Under Professor Mills and John Mahama, if you remember, Ghana achieved for the very first time parity between the girl and the child in school. And you can see the results across the country. Most of the valedictory speeches are being delivered by girls. Indeed, the conversation now is that somehow we have left the boys behind. This was under what? The free universal basic education aspect of the Constitution. When President Kufuor came into office, what did he do? He developed the model training schools, early childhood centers. If you remember, they were a great way to also encourage even more quality and introduce facilities for nursery education. That is another step. So if they come and they introduce free senior high school, where the Constitution under Article 25 actually told us that Ghana should look closely towards a progressively free senior high school process, which is that you absorb tuition. What did they tell us? That just carry your portmanteau. When you get there, just bath and sit in the school. Please, you have killed that age. Is that really what is going on? You know, let's not nitpick. There is absolutely nothing wrong with taking a constitution and implementing a provision in the constitution, or building on the bricks that were left by your predecessor who started it in the progressive way as the constitution enjoined. In any case, like I told you, we had Dumso.
You insist
crippling,
that crippling. Started free SHS?
We are not debating about who started free SHS. I don't even want to go into that debate. I am telling you that
he started.
He believed in the concept of progressively free senior high school education.
But did he start?
He believed in quality of education. You see, because we are social democrats, anything to do with education is not considered a celebration. It is why you didn't see huge billboards, you didn't see huge conversations, you didn't see huge sums of money being expended on celebrating the occasion of the introduction.
So is he taking
but
those
if you
words
remember,
back? That
why would he take those?
If I have X amount of money, I will not put it in free SHS.
Is
he now taking
He will tell you that it will be an equity situation, that I will look at the weights of both situations that we have, as against quality, as against infrastructure. Why did he introduce the subject of the E-blocks, for example? The reason was simple. Absolutely. Why did Nana Jane work so hard to construct the Millennium Schools here in Accra? It was to reduce what? Truancy. And then the fact that kids would go to school in the morning and others had to go in the afternoon. It was actually a disruption to their calendar. And of course, most of these kids didn't even go to school. So what did they do? You know, let's not undervalue or downplay the contribution of the NDC to the quality of the education and standards that we enjoy today. In any case, whatever was done was not inimical to the constitutional provisions that were required. You remember Ken Ofori-Atta himself, who was an advocate of Akufo-Addo's administration, telling all of us that if he can pay for his ward's fees, why should he be subjected to the choice of free senior high school? And there are many parents who will tell you the same thing. And you have heard students are sleeping in dining halls. Students are sleeping in little cubicles. There's so much heat. They're getting infections. They're getting diseases. What is it that the PTA is doing now? They are back to contributing. But what has happened? There was no blueprint for the introduction of free SHS. You and I were right here. And when Mr. Mahama asked, what did you say? When Charles came out to talk about the fact that we didn't have a blueprint and that the system is suffering, the issues to do with feeding, for example. Do you know they are fed on 2 cedis a day? Can you even buy one roasted plantain with 2 cedis? In our day in secondary school, one of the most popular jobs was to be a beza or to be in the school canteen. And if you remember, the food wasn't even that bad. There were kids who depended entirely on the meals that were served at school. In fact, those of us who came from homes where we've provided many solutions, but you people still always want to go back. That's the point. If Mr. Mahama speaks about education, he goes out there and picks Ghana's foremost academic as his running mate. Have we tried to sit and weigh the issues as against the SDGs? Have we looked at achieving parity, that is such a huge thing to achieve parity in a country like ours? Have we talked about that? Have we talked about the fact that these buildings that were constructed were to augment existing infrastructure? Do you know that kids are still lying on their stomachs to write in some rural schools? So make no mistake that the interventions in terms of education, quality, more access to training colleges of education, access to science and math, in terms of more infrastructure. Look at the Winneba College of Education, the act that actually elevated them to degree awarding institutions. Today, we are being told that Ghana is exporting qualified teachers who are experts to China, to Europe,
training,
and other countries.
Teacher training and
professional development were a key component of what Mr. Mahama did.
And yet your opponents say your offer was to scrap the allowances of trainee nurses, scrap the allowances of trainee teachers, and they think that some of these conversations have now come back to bite your candidate.
I don't think that's at all. And I'm telling you that even in recent times, you've heard the Registered Nurses Association talk about wanting more midwives trained. They want experts. Because when they have emergencies, they don't have expert midwives. When they have other types of ailments that they are not used to, they don't have the experts. So they would expect that their institutions will now be what? Degree awarding. My sister, nobody becomes president of Ghana without a vision for Ghana. And John Mahama has told us that today, as we speak, This country is literally bankrupt, unable for the first time to pay our debts. And so what is he going to do? He will cut government expenditure. He will cut waste. Look at the huge sums of money being translated into the office of government machinery. And I ask you every day, in mind of these Auditor General reports, look at the costs. I mean, you mentioned JIDA, you mentioned SADA. What were the figures involved in comparison to what has been done with the National Cathedral? And there's been no procurement. In comparison to what has been done to PDS, $12 million and counting. And talk about Kwaluku Dam, for example, because Mr. Mahama is actually currently in the Northeast region. We were told that the biggest intervention in the Northern region was the Kwaluku Dam.
So I would have asked
$12 million has been paid as advanced mobilization.
I wanted to talk about agriculture for a bit and about what new initiatives former President Mahama is proposing to enhance productivity within the agri space. But I'll stay that for now. We have only a few more minutes to go. But our former President John Mahama and the Mahama campaign, she's answering some of our questions and yours, 055 55 61034. Val is at the screen now. Valerie.
Yes, and so this is coming in from, it says, Thelma, who designs and builds affordable housing without toilet facilities? Please stop doing propaganda for FPP government. Kofi Barboni from Botiano is saying this. Let's see what Amadou says. It says, Thelma, kindly tell Madame Bawa she should not defend the indefensible. Why did they criticize the free SHS policy?
All right. I think we're having a bit of a challenge. So this message is saying we should tell you not to defend the indefensible and that you should not, why criticize the free SHS policy as much as 32, as much as the Constitution says and gives the president some, I want to understand what that message is saying. Valerie, go over it for me once again so Madame can hear.
Thelma, kindly tell Madame Bawa she should not defend the indefensible. Why did they criticize the free SHS policy as much as the 1992 Constitution, she says, gives the president some latitude to choose? Then he should just have kept quiet than to criticize it. Tell Madame to proffer solutions. She should kindly explain the 24-hour economy.
Okay.
Pamford is a former PRO of the School of Hygiene in Ho. He says, I'd like to direct a question to, okay, this is to Dr. Bawumia. Pamford, I know what's going up. If voted to power, what will your government do? Or what must spend the US dollar now? Alaji Dauda.
I think he's talking about the depreciation of the cedi and what perhaps your government would, bring on board as solutions to some of the challenges.
Right. There's another one asked
about coming there.
Yeah. I think we'll take those as the concerns from the screen. Valerie, thank you. Madam, you want to go through some of them?
Well, yes, very, very quickly. I think that we've gone through this matter of our subject of education, for example. And I have said it, that look, beyond the pomp and pageantry, then candidate Akufo-Addo himself applauded Mr. Mahama for the introduction. I don't think we should belabor that point. Secondly, in terms of criticism, the parents, even the children, criticize the implementation. And Charles is actually the mouthpiece for education. I don't think that this is an NDC MPP issue. You see, I think that our society has become too skewed. It has become too partisan. It is one of the reasons why I am looking forward to a Mahama administration and government.
And you think the solution is the 24-hour economy? We are wrapping up.
Why would anybody even ask about what? You see, look,
the key selling
the minute
point?
You hear this, what is the key selling point? And my students will tell you, 133. When you and I were young, the trade fair used to employ us on campus. When you and I were young, GCNet was there and providing a 3-shift for everybody. When we had busy internet, I'm sure you remember at the time, we didn't have Mr. Mahama was laying the fiber optic cables, and today I remember. What were we told? The biggest interventions in information communication technology took place under an NDC administration. The e-justice program that today can even telecast and televise what happens in the courts were introduced by us. So let me tell you that when you talk about these things, why? Better improved infrastructure would certainly reduce costs. Will it not have 20 years to finish paying at 1 cedi or 2 cedis? Or that you are going to be paying churches and then you come back and say you were joking or that you were telling lies. Calculate or fired everybody. There was a huge investigation. The monies were even returned. If you remember, the board was changed.
Speak to us about the future.
It is a government institution. We started with the future.
About the future.
First and foremost, it is multiplying corruption. That's what we have. So if you reduce the size of government, If you cut down on nepotism, for example, where there aren't too many family, friends, and relatives working in your administration, you will cut back on corruption. When you look at the scandals, like every day there's a new scandal, each and every day, from Boankra to SML to name it. The whole country reads like a crime scene. So even if a leader comes on December 7th and Mr. Mahama is able to reduce corruption by even 50%, don't you think we'll save money for better hostels, for more hospital facilities? Look at the infrastructure that was left in Ashanti region for a hospital facility. If Mr. Nanado had completed it, will Otumfuo be asking citizens to contribute to upgrade the Komfo-Anokye Teaching Hospital?
Thank you for sitting with us this morning. We appreciate the perspectives that you've brought on the candidate John Mahama's attempt to regain power and hoping to be president again on January 7, 2025. Madam Joyce Ba Mokhtari is a spokesperson for former President John Mahama, speaking to us about their goals for the country. Thank you for making the time.
And just very quickly, we are on our way to Tamale on Saturday to launch
which is my point, because we've been all over the what have those been if not
we are
campaigns?
working very, very hard. We started the listening tour. We started the Let's Build Ghana tour. We are currently doing fundraising in all the 16 regions of Ghana. We are certainly going to be formally launching the campaign on Saturday, 27th. We're hoping to do it in the capital of the northern region, which is Tamale. And as I speak to you today, Mr. Mahama is in the northeast region.
Right.
My sister, we are working very hard in the service of
We
Ghana.
wish you well on the campaign trail. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll bring you the lighter breakfast. Stay with us.
an artist. This gentleman is talented, is all I can say. His real name is Derrick Appiety. Across social media, artistically, he's known as Enel. Like your name, God, is Israel there?
Oh yeah, there's Israel. Israel is the first name.
Israel Derrick Appiety.
Exactly.
So do you ever get the Nigerian thing? Are you Nigerian?
Sometimes. I'm not Nigerian. Yeah, I'm a phone.
We're in the Volta. Like I see if I can speak, Charlie. Cap Williams are doing this
for me. That was a
me.
good try. I'm from the Hohwe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hohwe,
Mommy, daddy.
Well, I would say.
Was it picked up?
Both of them actually had interest.
Okay.
Actually. Yeah.
Why did they lose it?
I mean, other things came in, so they had to shift interest.
Okay.
And since you are not focused on the art, you definitely lose it. So.
Okay. And so, how do they feel that you've picked up their talents? How do they feel?
I'd like to believe they are proud.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that I'm trying my best to make something out of it.
Okay. What was the one thing?
How they react. You can clearly see on their faces. Anytime I go for these interviews, just like this one.
Are they watching?
I think so, maybe. Okay. Yeah, so it's their reaction. Yeah, they wouldn't say it for you to hear, African parents. So it's their reaction. Okay. It's clearly written on their faces. Yeah, you can tell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you always want to be an artist, though?
Yeah, and you'd hear children say they're conventional doctor, teacher, lawyer, engineer.
Yeah.
And I couldn't relate to any of that. I like to draw, I like to paint, and because I didn't know what I could make of it, I couldn't say I wanted to be an artist. I want to be a soldier. I actually had interests, but yeah, it shifted.
Art, and then into the military. Yeah. You didn't pursue that. Why?
No, I didn't.
Why?
I didn't.
You think you would have gone into the military, though?
Yeah,
you have
I would
what
have.
It takes,
I would have.
You
yeah.
Why did you shelve it? Why? Why didn't you pursue?
I think my love for art was greater.
There are lots of videos of you doing random sketches, especially in trotros, with the trotros in trotro, and just what's the fascination?
Shouts to Fuego. They gave me these bags to attach to the mates.
Okay. So why the fascination with painting in trotros and painting the trotro mates and passengers?
You know, the idea is challenging myself, and writing in a moving vehicle is difficult. Get better.
That's how you exercise, then.
Yeah, I have some kind of inspiration, kind of refreshed. Yeah.
Painting these kind of art in trotros is like your models, unknown models.
Yeah.
How do you feel when they react?
Because it's unexpected.
Okay.
They are normally not expecting anything like that, and if you're surprised, it's kind of overwhelming. Like the joy is overwhelming, and that joy is contagious. Anyone in the car could feel that same joy, and I feel it too. And it's kind of inspiring to continue to do the Trotsky arts. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a saying that artists are shy. Are you a shy person?
Maybe. Do I look shy?
No. From my earlier engagements, no. You don't look shy, eh?
Oh, I try to hide it, but yeah, I'm a bit shy.
Okay, so if warming up is by painting, what do you look at to paint these people, though? What do you look at? Everybody in the church, or why do you pick one person? What features would you look out for? What would excite you normally?
I would paint the passengers, but they wouldn't be in the vehicle with me till the end. They'll probably alight along the way. And so that's why I pick them.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes I stand at the bus stop and observe the buses. I don't react well. So that's how I access the muses before I choose them.
Okay, muse, I like that. So, for instance, have you changed your destination because you wanted to paint a particular person?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
When was that? Share with us.
Sometimes I because I want to finish the work to get a certain picture from. The paintings in particular take longer to finish as compared to the pen sketches. So I sometimes go with them to the bus stop and back.
Do you have a favorite bus stop?
I usually pick from Castle Amanfrom to Medina.
Okay.
Sometimes the mall.
Okay, so if you are looking to be painted by Enel, jump on that bus from Amanfrom all the way to the Accra Mall. So how fast? First, what are your tools? Pencils, crayons, pens?
Just a pen and a paper is enough for me to do something.
Okay. How fast? What's the fastest image you've drawn?
It was about 15 minutes, but
15?
Then again, it depends on the level of details you want.
Okay.
So a 15 minutes drawing is different from a 30 minutes drawing, then 1 hour, 2 hours. So the level of details determines the time spent on it.
Okay, and then what's the longest? What's the longest you painted?
Longest, maybe a month.
What did you paint?
A month or over.
Okay, what was that? What did you paint?
A family portrait.
Okay, okay. What's the theme that you usually look out for? Do you have a theme that you work with, or is it variety?
You notice I only draw human beings' faces.
Yes.
It's this word that I stumbled upon, Sanda. It's
Sanda.
Yeah.
Okay.
It says that each person has a life as complicated as you. So it's that word that intrigues me.
Okay, Sanda.
When you're drawing these faces, you tend to wonder, what has this person gone through? What has formed this person to behave this way? What has informed their actions? Why are they looking this way? What have they gone through to make them look this way, to make them come in the space they are at the moment? So all these thoughts run through your head when you are drawing these faces.
Mm.
Yeah. So that's the theme I work with generally.
Okay. While you're painting, you try to figure out what's going on in their minds, or what's happening for them to get to this particular point.
The face and the eyes don't lie. So
eyes don't lie.
Yeah.
What's the most difficult feature to paint or draw on a face?
I think that would be, I hate drawing ears.
Small ears or big ears?
Ears, in general.
Ears
I don't
in
like
general?
drawing ears. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't like drawing ears.
Okay. Why?
It's complicated.
The ear is complicated.
It needs more attention.
Yeah. Okay. So tell us about a day in the life of Enel.
A day in the life of Enel. A typical day would be like me waking up from bed, grabbing my tools after doing my morning refreshments, grabbing my tools and my bag and heading to my bus stop and selecting a bus and a muse and going with them to the last stop to get their reaction after giving them the sketch. And then I go back to my studio to work.
Okay. So apart from painting, drawing, do you have another profession?
At the moment,
Then a
no.
side hustle?
At the moment, it's just art.
Okay. Now let's talk.
I'm getting into music too, so.
Getting into music?
Yeah.
As a singer yourself, are you going to be rapping? Are you going to be singing? What are you going to be doing?
I'm going to be singing. I'm a singer.
You're a singer?
Yeah.
I know you're on here as Enel the artist, but can we tease a little out of you? How do you sound? What kind of music are you going to be making?
Afro soul, yeah.
Okay.
Afro soul, high life.
How do you
That
sound?
blend. How do I sound?
There's a sketch pad there. There's a pen. There's a pen, and there's a sketch pad. What's that you're drawing?
So I'm trying to create some little magic here. I mean, you can take a guess. You can take a
wild
guess.
So how long have you been painting that? Have you been drawing that? How long?
30 minutes.
Let's hear
They are
you
hidden. I hid them inside your hair.
Well, you don't like it. I know why you picked it then. So how do you sound? Let's hear you as an Afro singer, Afro soul.
Okay, I'm going to do this one by Kiddy.
Okay.
Sometimes I wonder if you could be inside my heart, then you know that I'm a fool for you.
Hey,
How can't
R&B.
you see? How do I say I'm falling for you? So can't you see that I am ready for better or for worse? I day for you for better or for worse. I day for you.
Okay. What's your cost range like? And do people contract you for private gigs?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they do. And that's the whole idea too. It's like I'm putting my CV out there for my potential clients.
Okay.
So you see you're interested, you get in touch, we talk business. That's how it works.
Okay. Is there anything that you won't paint if or draw if you're contracted to?
No.
You paint everything?
Yeah.
Have you thought of painting nude models or nude muses?
In art school, you paint nude.
In art school? Where was art school?
Tech. I went to Tech. I studied communications design.
Great.
Yeah, it wasn't fine arts, but we studied how to draw.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you painted a nude model?
Not nude, but you paint models.
But can you paint nude?
Oh yeah, of
Birthday
course.
suit nude?
Yeah.
And then how about telling our story, our Ghanaian story? Do any of your paintings reflect the theme, Ghanaianness?
I mean, they're churchill videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, the churchill videos. They say everything about the daily life of a normal Ghanaian. I mean, the churchill, everything happens in churchill. All the gossips, all the drama happens in churchill. So one reaction of the churchill mates, he was just teasing the driver, and the whole bus was happy. There was an uproar.
It was vibes on vibes. Yeah. Okay, so are we expecting an intimate painting session or drawing session with Enel? Are there any projects lined up, any activities heading up into that? Yeah.
There's this project I've been planning with my couple of my friends, Leo and C something. We had, it's called Hue Bar. It's a paint and sip.
Okay.
We had our first edition in
Hue Bar.
Hue Bar.
Hue, color hue, as in H-U-E.
Yeah, you're smart.
Okay.
Hue Bar. Yeah, we had the first edition in April, April.
Okay.
It was quite successful. It's a blend of painting and music and vibes.
Okay. And when is the next one?
The next one we're planning to have in December.
Okay.
The date's not set yet, but yeah, in December.
Okay. And so if you were to say, share a few words with your new fans on here, people who are loving you, what would you say?
Welcome to the family. Welcome to the
That's it.
To the gang.
That's it.
Continue to support the boy, and I hope my art continues to make you smile and feel loved or something, some kind of connection.
Okay, so for instance, today, where are you going to be? Are you going to be heading to a bus stop? I want to lead people your way.
Well,
these people with funny ears, head Emil's way.
I won't draw your ear. I'll hide it. But yeah, I'll probably draw someone in the bus today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, tell us about your relationship with social media as a creative. Wow. Wow.
Oh, you saw. Oh, yeah. Since you've already seen it.
We like it. This is why I came to work today.
You got lucky today.
I'm going to jump on the next bus with you.
You have to.
Right. So tell us about your relationship with social media. How do we find you?
Yeah, I'm across social media as Enel Art, ENIL Art. Just type in Enel Art and you'll see me anywhere. TikTok, Instagram, X, YouTube. Yeah.
What will your Tuesday motivational quote be? That's
Tuesday
how we're
motivational quote.
That's how we're going to end the show.
Don't stop. Continue. Whatever you're doing. Don't stop. Don't give up. It will get better, Charlie. Yeah.
Don't stop.
Don't stop.
Don't give up.
Keep on keeping on.
Whatever you're doing, it will get better. Words of Enil, the pencil artist, the artist. We are loving him. So catch up on a bus from Amanfrom all the way to the Accra Mall, and you might be lucky to get a portrait like this from Enil. It's been amazing chatting with you. Come back again. So we're going to have a session, an open jamming session. We do it with Virtual Sounds. They are sponsors of the show. Okay, sure. Where we have music. And because you sing, how about you doing a sketch of them in there? Yeah? You said it on national TV. We are going to hold you to it. Thank you for staying with us. We've been doing this. Thank you for staying with us. Your messages. We are across social media as GTV Ghana. Our WhatsApp remains 05555 And here am I going home with a beautiful portrait by Enil.